Welcome everybody to Fleur's Maid Cafe. We will be shortly joined by our first guest.
Hey, Lamau.
And it seems our interstellar visitor has now arrived.
I'm sorry, Interstellar, I'm human.
Remember to turn off your audio on that end.
I'm a human, you understand that, right?
Okay, totally normal human, but
What? What? I'm sorry, are you implying something?
no
Are you implying something?
insinuations, Mama
Huh?
Tuss.
I thought you were
Okay,
supposed to be here to serve me, and I'm just being
yes,
insulted right now.
that is true. I'm sorry. Why don't I
I
introduce
forgive
myself
you.
again? My name's Apollonia Sirius Fleur, and I'll be serving you today. So, Mama Tuss, are you ready for a night of talk, tea, and excellent service?
That I am. That I am.
What blend would you like me to serve you?
Sweet apple, please.
Alright, some sweet apple coming right up. And let me pour it. All done.
Oh,
I hope
sweet,
you
thank
enjoy
you.
the tea. I personally am drinking, yes, Smith's number 39.
Huh.
Lemon myrtle green tea. And I forgot the last ingredient. Probably should have checked. They had my tea bag like right here and then I threw
It's
it
okay,
out.
it's okay. Confusion is moe, right?
Confusion is moe, indeed. And we hope to provide the most moe service.
Can I get a moe Q then?
Moe what?
Moe Q?
Moe Q? You'll have to explain, Mama Puss.
You've never heard of Moe Q?
No, I have not.
Chad has. Chad has. All right.
Moe
Here's the deal.
Q.
So you have to center yourself mentally and physically. All right.
Alright.
And then with every fiber of your heart and your soul, you gotta give it. You gotta give it. Moe Q.
Moe Q?
Excuse you, Cindery.
Just insane.
These ruffians that are accosting me when I'm trying to enjoy a nice cup of tea.
Indeed. I shouldn't be implying that such a wonderful tradition is insane.
Exactly.
I'm sure that has a long and storied history.
Pretty sure it was a seasonal anime moe shit like a year or two ago. I don't actually remember.
Seasonal anime moe shit. We are
I
going
mean,
on what? I guess that started before I was even made, so from your perspective, what? 19 years of seasonal moe shit?
I'm not 19. Do you
Well,
not know
how
how old I
old are
am?
you
How old am
then?
I?
I'm talking about the moe, the age of the moe shit, but...
Sure, but how old am I?
Well, I don't know. You'll have to tell me,
Son of a bitch,
Master.
my God. I'm 22.
Oh, alright. So you are a, young Hime-chan then?
Yep, that's exactly right. And honestly, that's how everybody should address me.
Do you like being called Hime-chan?
I do quite a bit.
Alright, Hime-chan.
Maybe not exactly traditional, but you know what? Ain't nothing wrong with breaking tradition.
I think Hime is very formal, isn't it?
Hime, yes, chan is the antithesis of formality. Typically, you'd say hime-sama.
Thank you so much, Dick. Well, you seem like a Hime-chan, and you seem to
Oh, I
enjoy
see
it.
how it. Okay. Jeez, I came out here to have a great time getting served by a hot, cute, sexy maid, and I'm just being attacked, just relentlessly.
Alright, Hime-sama. I'm so
Hey.
sorry. Would you like me to do some atonement?
Yes, definitely.
And what might that be?
I don't know. You're the maid. You gotta come up with something. thinking seems like a lot of work, and I'm here to do exactly
Alright.
0 amount of work.
Well, I am standing at this table, so that means I can do. Please forgive me, Hime-sama.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Can you do a front flip?
Can I do a front flip?
Yeah.
Let's see if I can. This might take all my concentration. Give me one moment.
You got this. Woo! Come on, come on. Ganbatte.
Alright, now I gotta flip back.
Woo! That was so cool. I'm so proud of you. Can we get a round of applause in chat?
Hopefully you weren't looking too closely.
Oh, I was. Don't worry about it. Cadence never thinks confirmed. Excuse you. Listen. I always think,
I flipped both
here
ways, so you already got your front flip, Rinholio.
Rinholio's a really, really greedy sort. Never satisfied. Honestly, it's a little disgusting, if I can be frank with you. I feel like we can be frank with each other because you and me,
yes, indeed.
we're like sisters, only closer.
And it's always nicer when sisters are together.
Of course. Speaking of, I heard Gyaru will be stopping by at like 11. I'll definitely have to
Indeed.
chat for that.
Gyara and Beemo.
Oh, hell yeah.
Quite the fun combination together of the three of us.
Let's see if I can go ahead and grab some of those delicious looking cupcakes. Come on. My hands have not been the most responsive lately. You know, it's I work out too much, so then my arms get really weak, and then, you know, I can't do things like picking up a cupcake. You understand?
Yeah.
I'm sure you work out all the time.
Well, I used to care for some people that worked to push themselves out a little too hard, motors locked up, had to drag them up the stairs to their hotel room. And the worst thing is when they get bulkier. So it's like, it's like the first time you do it, it's like, okay, this isn't too bad, and then it's like, oh my god, they're 200 pounds. Okay, you're just going up every step.
Well, think about it this way. You're sort of learning, or rather, you're working out because they're working out. See, every time you need to carry them back and they get bulkier, you're lifting more weight, so you are working out as well. Yes, I did, Sonia.
I guess that is true. So I guess I had to have some kind of partner exercise routine going on.
Exactly. It's always better to exercise with a partner, because if it's just you, then, you know, you make an excuse. You're like, oh, I really don't want to go to the gym today. That sounds like a horrible time. And you're right, it will suck. But you know what? If you have a partner there waiting for you, then you're like, oh, I need to go because so-and-so is waiting for me. And if I don't show up, they're going to be like, what the fuck, man? You know, so you have to have a partner there to keep you motivated.
That is true. When I did have to stay physically fit, the way I did it was just lock in for 30 minutes and I'm like, I just can't. And especially because I couldn't diddy-dally in those days. So I just lock in for 30 minutes and I'm just like, alright, time to push myself as hard as possible.
That's not healthy.
But that's not healthy, but it saves a lot of time.
Fun is healthy. You know?
What did you
If
say?
you're enjoying yourself, that means you're actively hurting your body in some capacity. That's just how enjoyment works. You think you go to a spa or something and you're relaxed. You're not really enjoying it. Like, it's pleasant, but you're not like actively enjoying it, you know, because it's restorative, it's wellness.
What about if the healthiness of body and mind is the cause of your happiness?
Sounds fake.
Oh, how unfortunate.
Well, if you listen, Sonia. The trick here is to meet somebody who has a very, very pronounced sexual fetish for sweat. That way, if you sweat in front of them, you know that they're interested in it. You can be like, yo, check this shit out. Look at all this fucking hot sweat. Ooh.
Honestly, I don't think you can really call anybody your partner unless they make you sweat, so...
Yep. Here's the real question, is could I reprogram you to have a sweat fetish?
Well, my mind isn't tamperable, but
Damn it! Damn it!
you just have to do it the old psychological way. But I'm not sure. I
can
think
make that work.
my general ambivalence towards sweat is probably the best policy.
That's what you think.
Okay, okay. Sell me on this then, master.
Yeah, you know it, you know it, you know it. Well, this has been very pleasant so far.
I'm glad, Hime-sama.
I do have one question though.
Mm-hmm.
Did you make these pastries or did you purchase these pastries?
All made.
Okay, is the red cinnamon, cherry, red velvet, blood, gore, or fear flavored?
What was the second one again?
It was cherry.
Cherry? Yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah, you want to go with cherry? That's
Mm-hmm.
kind of odd. I've never really had a fruit flavored cupcake before.
Not strawberry.
All right, you got me there. You got me there. Is strawberries a fruit? Is cherries a fruit?
Yes. Strawberries are berries. Berries are fruit.
Are berries fruit?
Yeah. What else would they be?
Their own thing. It's like vegetables aren't fruit.
Tomatoes are fruit. Corn is
Yes,
fruit.
tomatoes are fruit.
Let's see. Cucumbers are fruits.
Are pizza fruit?
What seeds would a pizza have?
Olive seeds, tomato seeds, I mean, if somebody really, really fucking likes their pizza, then there could be all kinds of seed on it.
Well, why would you put that on your pizza?
Because you have a huge degradation fetish, and you're going to feed it to somebody. I think that tracks, right?
Is your only reason for doing stupid things a degradation fetish?
No, my reason for doing stupid things is because I think it's funny 99% of the time.
That is generally the best course of action. I think if you allow your life to be ruled around, this is a destructive fetish, but
Yeah. No, that's agreeable. That's agreeable. I spend a lot of time basically thinking about what the worst possible thing I could say in a given situation is, and then belting that shit out. Like, a lot of people ask me, oh, do you think before you speak? Yes. I think, oh, this would be a horrible thing to say. Let's say it.
Wow, I used to be like that, but I don't know. I'm not sure I could survive on Twitch doing that.
That's fair, that's fair. I do have one request, however, for my Maid. Can you, with your infinite wisdom, make my tits not so see-through?
Your tits not so
see-through.
see-through.
Empty inside now. You look at that. See? See? It goes
Oh,
right
yes,
through.
I
You
do.
see fucking red behind me.
Too much X-ray on the camera.
Oh.
Let's see.
Oh, my. Perhaps I should change to a little bit more of an opaque shirt. How about that? Because I do have 2 shirts. How about that? Are you jealous? I don't
That is
have a maid
cool.
outfit, though. I want a maid outfit.
I mean, it's not that hard to get. And this one has been
I
sold all over this season.
Oh, yeah.
It just pairs very well with me.
See, I am built different. Listen. Here, let me show off the profile. All right, let me turn in my seat here a little bit. I have not been able to find a maid outfit with sufficient chest room, shall we say?
Sufficient
For
storage
my
space.
Massive mommy milkers.
No, can't say I relate.
No, but that's okay, because you know what? Flat is almost as good for some people. I like flat chest, personally.
That's
Big
very
fan.
nice. I
Big
got
fan.
worried when you said for some people.
No, no, I'm a big fan of flat chests. Honestly, I prefer flat chests, but that's just me. Except, of course,
Nice.
the one exception to that rule, there is one person with giant tits who I think is hotter than anyone with flat tits. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but it's simple truth, you know?
Are they in the room with us?
They are, it's me.
I give much praise to your tits, Hime-sama.
Thank you.
Anyways, this weekend I had the chance to ask a pretty prolific artist. I didn't know they were a prolific artist at the time, but they actually just came up to me drunk and started spouting off about which parts of the body I have a appreciation for in an inebriated state. But I did ask them, is flat justice? And they wholeheartedly responded, yes.
Oh, why would it not be?
Yes.
It's the best thing.
And then I said, if there's one thing you remember me by in this inebriated stupor, it's please remember that I have the most delicious flat chest.
Absolutely based statement. See, he's gonna remember that. He, she, they are gonna remember that for the rest of their life. They're gonna remember the time they went to Off-K
Off-Kai, yes.
spoke with a sexy maido about flat titties. I mean,
Yeah.
I remember that.
The next day I was just like, now that you're sober, can I get your opinion on flat tits again? And she was like, hell yeah, they're based. And also now I remember you. You're the cute one.
Hell yeah. Ooh, cute. Well, I can't disagree with that assessment. Not at all.
Oh, Arf.
It was a very enthusiastic arf. Come on, you gotta put some heart into it. Come on, let's hear it.
Alright.
Let's hear it.
Arf.
Hey, I got a question for you. I got a question for you. Did you hear about the dog construction worker?
No, I have not.
His specialty is roofing. The dumber a joke is, the more it makes me laugh.
That is so. My circuits are shorted. Okay. Bravo. You surpassed my dad.
I'm not sure if that's necessarily a good thing. I mean, I am not aiming to be an anime DILF, you know? I have collaborated with an anime GILF before, though. How do you feel about GILFs?
Well, I do like them older. My 9x9 has made that very clear, so...
Oh my. So what you're saying is if there's any hot and sexy GILFs in the audience, hit you up?
If it would please you, Hime-sama.
It would immensely please me if you said that. Honestly, I think we need to branch out beyond just chat. I think you should probably tweet out how desperate you are to find GILF love. I think that would be perfect. So I have a question.
Serious debating.
How are we all doing as a whole? We do have to vote on this since it is, you know, a continuum. So how are we all doing? For me, on a scale of 7 to 12, I'm doing probably about, I'd say a 10 or 11. Yeah,
nice.
10 or 11. How about you on a scale of 15 to 23?
15 to 23?
Yes.
I would probably say a good 22.
Oh, look at you, look at you. So then we average those out and take the square root and then square them and then math. Yay! I can't do math. I can't do math to save my goddamn life. Are you good at math?
Let's just say, if you need a precise amount of something, I can bring you at least double of it, probably.
Shouldn't you have like some fancy like super processor in you to do math for you?
Do you think that's an essential function for someone
I
like me?
do. I do. I do. Is that android racist of me?
Hmm.
Am I gonna go to android jail? Oh fuck, I'm too pretty to go to android jail.
Hmm.
That's kind of scary.
No, I think it's a common misconception.
Yeah? I'm not gonna go to android jail, I'm safe? Okay. Okay.
Okay, I went on a speed dial.
So how was off-K? I didn't get to go because it was expensive and during class.
That's unfortunate.
Mm,
Yeah. It was super, super fun. I haven't really had a proper con experience. I've gone for days, you know, but I haven't like
uh-huh.
stayed over. And
Yeah,
this
that's fair.
time was like kind of my first, you know, dawn to dusk, even after the con show closes, going to the after parties.
So
Uh,
what you're saying is it was less of an expo and more of a sexpo. Ooh.
well, everybody's already seen the pictures of the Gachamichi in the Fuma room, so
I have not seen these. Excuse me?
here, let me bring them to your attention.
Please do. Please do.
Here we go.
Let's see what we got here. Oh, yes, I did see that. I did see that.
Even the, and I'll actually post the link in chat too. It's perfect. Even the
It is
Takadachi
perfect.
posed in the background.
Of course. I mean, Takadachi looks like he's having the best time out of all
Hmm.
three of them. You know, that is something. I've done a lot of cons in my day. I lived down near San Diego for years, so I went to San Diego Comic Con like every year, and Anime Expo in LA, ALA sometimes. So I've done the con circuit, you
Hmm.
know. I have never been to a hotel room party in a con, and I never will unless somebody I really, really fucking trust is taking me there.
Hmm.
I've heard too many fucking skeevy ass stories.
Well, in comparison to those bigger cons, I'll definitely say it was super nice that it was like literally like everybody. Okay, Avka was small, but it was like everybody was super active and like everybody was like I don't know. I literally like met organizers for other cons and stuff. Everybody had something crazy going on with a
Oh hell
VTuber, an
yeah.
artist, industry
Yeah.
people. You're just like second day, we just like it's just like wait a minute. I heard somebody's voice. I think I think Slugma's here. We just picked out that Slugma was at the con and like narrowed her down in like an hour or so.
So what you're saying is I should have gone just to talk to all the other VTubers?
Kinda, and industry people and artists and other con organizers.
Ooh,
Yeah,
I should have gone. I should have gone. If only it wasn't during fucking
mhm.
class.
I think second day I met one of the organizers for IdolCon. And then the following and she's like, "Oh, but IdolCon won't happen anymore. It's been killed by IdolFest Northwest or whatever, or Northwest
Hmm.
IdolFest." And then the second day I'm just like, "All right, these guys are in the lunch. I'm gonna join them." It's like, so what are you guys doing? It's like they just look at each other and they're like, "Well, we're the people who organized Northwest Idol Fest."
That's so funny. Oh my god. That's so fucking funny.
I made sure to tell them that, you know, there's someone at the con who's very sad that Idol Con has been killed by. They're just like,
Yeah.
killed? Maybe that's not the right word. Consumed? Bored? Probably.
There you go. There you go. It's like to a lesser extent what's been happening with every con is the big cons are growing bigger and the smaller ones are sort of falling apart. It's like I've been to Anime Expo like 20 times, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not 20, but a lot. And first couple of years I went, it was okay. It was fine. And then the last couple, it was just wall to wall fucking people. They sold way too many tickets for the amount of space they had. And San Diego Comic Con, to a lesser extent, went that way. Like when I first started going, it wasn't like, oh shit, I gotta wake up to buy Comic Con tickets. It was like, oh, tickets are on sale. I guess I'll pick some up. Um, and it just blew up. And in some ways, it's nice to see these sort of, I guess, quote unquote, nerdier fucking hobbies sort of, picking up traction and getting off the ground a little bit more. But at the same time, you lose a lot of that more intimate, quiet feel that you get at smaller cons. Not quiet is the right word, but smaller cons feel much more comfortable
Mm-hmm.
and intimate, I guess. Which is why I started going to ALA actually, because it's a little bit of a smaller con, which is definitely nice after fucking the craziness that is AX and SDCC.
Oh yeah.
I'd like to go to a con, but they honestly frighten me. All right, so here's what we're gonna do, guys. Here's what we're gonna do. We are going to kidnap Sonya and take them to every
Mm-hmm.
con in the country, one con in each state. We're gonna do 50 states of cons. It's gonna be real hard to find an Alaska con, so we might need to start one or two.
Alaska Con. Hmm.
What should our Alaska con be about? Fishing?
No, there's probably enough gun shows in Alaska already.
Oh hell yeah! I could do I could single-handedly produce enough panels for an entire gun convention. Big fan of firearms. Big fan of firearms. Don't you dare. No, Sonya, I'm gonna do it. All right. Listen, you're coming to visit me already. Like, that is a plan that we have set in stone. So you will legitimately be at my mercy because you will get into my car and I'll be like, oh yeah, we're just driving down to the fucking 7-Eleven or some shit. And then, wouldn't you know it, we wound up driving for 6 days and now we're in New York City. That's how it's gonna go.
And I've heard you have a powerful arm candy technique that lets no one get away.
I do. It is something I've honed for generations, in fact. It's my bloodline technique. I don't remember the Weebish Naruto word for that. Kekai Genkai? Kekai Genkai, that's it. Yeah,
Your
it's my
Kekai
Kekai
Genkai.
Genkai. It's very powerful.
Kekai Genkai, paralyzed with sweet love.
But you know what would be more effective on Sonya specifically is just shooting out his kneecaps. Exploding them, one might say. That's the way to do it. See, some people are worthy of the arm candy technique, some people just get exploded kneecaps. Either way, the end result is the same. Once Miss Harper has her eyes locked on you, there's no getting away.
Scary. Well, know that I'll always be there to serve you, Hime-sama.
I'm so pleased to hear that.
But shooting out my kneecaps would make my job very hard.
Yes, it would. So you are an android. Do you have any combat capabilities?
Why, yes. I actually used to be a combat android.
Oh. Do you have titty lasers?
No, that is a... I guess that's something that could be installed, but I don't see any tactical advantage to it. Nor does any company.
No. Listen, they disarm you and they're like, ooh, we got you now. And then you're like, oh yeah? Woo! And you shoot them with your tits and they don't see it coming because they took your arms off and they're like, oh, fucking, the arms is where the guns is. It's perfect tactical advantage. It's a surprise weapon. It's like hiding a knife in your boot, only the knife is lasers and the boot is your titties. Also would look cool.
Well, I know that some of the more endowed ones would sometimes use that as an extra, pocket. But...
Oh, sure. If I ever had to get a boob job for any reason, I would absolutely demand that they hollow out my tits so I can put stuff in them and make one of them like a charger where I can insert a USB through my nipple and then, I got little status LED indicators around my nipple, so I can see how much it's charging, its current power level is, that kind of thing. Because like I'm always looking for a power brick, and if I had a power brick in my titty, then it'd be fine.
But I must admit, under under the plate, sometimes when, I didn't have space and when I didn't have space, but I really wanted to make sure to bring a candy bar. Just open up that part of the plate, and screw it a
Oh,
bit.
hell yeah. Hell yeah. So there's another question I have for you, in fact. Do you have an ass machine gun?
I do not have an ass machine gun.
Astro Boy does. I think maybe a Strike Witch does too, but I've never seen Strike Witches. Luckily, there's somebody in chat who is very interested in Strike Witches who can tell us if there is indeed an anal machine gun in the anime or if it is just an Astro Boy thing.
Well,
What
let us
weaponry
hear.
do you have?
What natural weapons do I have? Catching these fists, that's what.
Yeah, how fast can you throw a punch? We talking like fucking Mike Tyson levels?
Speed barrier.
Ooh, so you're like a mantis shrimp. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Have you ever considered putting laser beams in your fingies? Like, again, Astro Boy.
Wow. There was a time when I did load my fingers with small bullets. Actually, I've loaded them more towards the knuckles, so that way when you punch...
Oh, hell yeah. That's dope as shit, dude.
You ever seen what is it? Something Bastards. Inglorious Bastards.
Oh, yeah.
Just like that. Charge down the hall.
Absolutely
Boom.
based. Absolutely based.
I could use it. I could use doing that again, or collect some shotguns that are like that. I mean, what's more dope than a shotgun that fires when you punch?
Speaking of, when I was first getting into airsoft, actually, because I'm very interested in airsoft, I spent a solid week and a half doing my damnedest to construct a Predator-style wrist-mounted rocket launcher. However, I was unsuccessful, unfortunately. I couldn't find a way to reliably pull the trigger, you know? Maybe someday. Maybe an electric one would work. Food for thought. It provides absolutely no tactical advantage, but you know what? Having a wrist rocket is cool.
Now, you know what's one thing in the shotguns department I want to come back?
What's that?
Lever actions.
Oh, I love lever actions. Actually, I borrowed a buddy's lever action airsoft shotgun, actually, and it was actually shell ejecting. So each time you shot, click the lever and a little shell flies out, which was cool.
Nice.
But it wasn't really very practical for actual games because, you had to go get the shells at the end.
But you can one-hand it even when you're not Terminator.
That's true.
Even though I am Terminator and I can do that.
Oh, yeah?
That little spin.
Can I hear your best dun 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 dun?
Dun 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 dun.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. What about your best I'll be back?
I'll be back.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. All right, you've successfully passed Terminator school.
Now, if only I could do a thumbs up with my arms underneath the table. wait, hold on.
Hands underneath the table to try and get some interesting positioning there. Oh my, I'm very pixelated. Please help. It's incredibly painful when this happens. Oh.
Arf.
Oh. More than just your fingers.
I guess that's my answer.
Let's see if I can do anything about this immense pixelization, because like I said, it does really hurt. Have you ever been pixelated? I would not recommend it, personally.
Yeah. These cyberspace rooms do come with that danger. I don't know how it is for you, but for me it's a little bit like, like being put through a hot tub and a cold tub and a deep fat fryer at the same time.
Yeah, no. That's about right. That's about right, honestly. Speaking of, I really want to go to the onsen now. This is your fault. You've made me want to go to the onsen. And it's already pretty late in the day, so I don't think they'll have any, like, open slots.
Let me see what I can cook up.
That would be excellent. I love saunas.
Alright. Now, let's take out the chair. And, now let's dematerialize the table, and the tea set, and the teacup, and the teapot. And, yeah, we need to get rid of this cup, too. And then, let's
Please help,
see.
as I do seem to be completely frozen at this point. It's very cold in here. Oh, we got an old
Enjoying the steam, but you're gone. Oh no.
Hold on one moment. I think I need to. Oh, well, I need to change into my bikini, obviously. Come on now. I mean, that goes without saying, right? You can't jump into an onsen with all your clothes on, right? But I think that might actually be TOS just because of my fantastic knockers. What do you think? What do you think?
Well, you're the master. And my maid uniform always stays on, sadly, so we could use some parody, a little bit of bikini to my maid.
A little bit of parody, you say? Well, I think the best we can do is if I come in here and where is it? Where is it? I can flash my bikini for a couple seconds, but that's about all I got.
Are you ready, everybody? Madame, monsieur, bonsoir, be witness.
Oh god. Oh god, oh god, oh god, everything is messing up. Everything is messing up. I'm going to explode. It's going to be incredibly painful. I hope you're ready.
Okay.
I mean, I'm ready. Are you?
Yep.
Alright. I need to send you another one of those things. Another one of those, how you say, messenger pigeons. But it has now been sent.
Alright.
Let's see, I swear there was a way to...
Let's rematerialize you. Alright, you're back.
I can flash my bikini, that's about it. I swear I had a way to fix that. I can take off my thigh highs. That's at least something here. Let me get a little comfier now. Alright, there's my thigh highs off. Ooh, bear cadence legs. Ooh. You look like you're in the weed zone. Well, where do you think we are? Where do you think we are?
I'm not high, I swear.
I don't believe I can properly do that. You have my sincere apologies. I'll just flash my bikini. There we go.
Now we got a good view of those magnificent legs.
Hell yeah.
But your audio is doubling.
Fucking... I fixed it. Boy Puzzle, you're kind of scaring me with those bushes. They don't look friendly. They look mostly upset and angry, you know? Thank you for this onsen, Fleur. I quite appreciate it.
You're very, very welcome. Shall I take us back to the table?
I think that might be for the best, as I can't get my bikini on.
Okay. And the steam should be clear now.
Here we are.
And your chair.
Thank you.
All comfortable, Hime-sama?
I think so. I think so. I can't think of anything else that I might want.
Is that so?
If you have any suggestions, I am in fact all ears. A lot of VTubers I know don't indeed have ears, but if I toss my hair just so, you can see them. I do have ears.
I have mine too.
Oh, look at you. You're an advanced android. There should be a better way to show off our ears aside from, you know, tossing our hair. Perhaps brushing it out of our faces, but unfortunately, anime American technology has not reached that apex yet.
Yes. Perhaps if we were in a higher level of virtual reality, I could, brush it out of your face like I was doing the last hangout.
My.
Well,
Did
even
you
that
know that
sometimes
that's
has
what
its
ara
fun.
ara means?
Yes, I did.
Oh my
Would you
goodness, it's
like an
ara.
ara from me?
Yes, incredibly.
Okay. Ara ara.
Oh, that was pretty good. That was pretty good.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. And you know what I think I'm gonna do for your very kindness is I'm gonna give you five points. 5 bites of ram. Ooh. That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
I like to hear that Nasty is pleased.
All right. Let's go again. We both say it this time. You gotta put 300% of your processing power towards this, all right?
Gotcha.
Forget your own name. Forget your cute headband. Forget how to make tea. Put it all into this aishiteru. All right, you ready? Let's hear it.
Aishiteru.
Aishiteru. That was pretty good. Big fan of that. And you stopped bullying me, which is, always a big thing.
Perhaps I'm learning the ropes of this.
Well, you know what? You know what it sounds like then? It sounds like if you're just learning the ropes, that perhaps I'll have to return to this Maid Cafe more often.
That would make me very happy, Master.
Then that is what I will do. Heicaite. Oh, that's a cute name. Is it a reference to the Greek goddess Heicaite, who's the Greek goddess of magic? Did you know that?
No, you learn something new every day.
I learned about Heracles today. 1/3 of it. Ooh, I see.
1/3 of it. Yes, I believe that Heicaite is a number of familiars.
A number of familiars. Oh my. Do you have a familiar?
Do I have a familiar?
Do you?
In what sense?
Do you have a little black cat or something that runs around and, collects tea ingredients or whatever you might need?
Well, I actually do have something.
What's that?
Yeah, let me... It is a, let's see. How do I turn this? Forgot how to turn it. 1 sec.
Oh, that's so cute! What's their name?
Fenico.
Fenico. Oh, after Agretzko? Took me a second to place. You have my sincere apologies.
Well, it is a taxidermied fennec. A novelty item. I got it for quite a high price.
Poor Fennec. It's so sad. Did it at least die of natural causes or was it poached?
Natural causes, I believe.
Okay, at least there's that. But still, poor Fennekin. Oh, speaking of Fennekin, what is the single best starter Pokemon?
The single best starter Pokemon.
There is a correct answer, and I will penalize you harshly should you get it wrong.
Is it the awesome, flashing, daring Greninja?
It is! Well done! I'm so proud of you.
I've been told I have a superb sense of taste.
I see that. Big agree.
And I guess that must mean you share that sense of taste too.
It does.
So be proud of yourself.
I mean, let's see here. I'm here at the world's finest maid cafe, and it is rapidly becoming my favorite maid cafe, which, in my opinion, indicates a quality of taste.
That is very high praise. Thank you.
Of course, of course. But our time is beginning to come to an end, isn't it?
Yes, we have about, 10 more minutes.
10 more minutes. Oh my. I suppose I should make the most of them, shouldn't I?
Need some.
Let's see what I can do. Unfortunately, I do not have enough points in order to trigger the soldiery delivery.
Would someone possibly like to throw it on the house for her?
That would be excellent. Let's see if I can find my copy pasta. There it is. There it is. This is something that I ask from all people who I collaborate with, all people who I get to know, especially the ones who are so cute.
I mean,
But unfortunately, I am only at 235 channel points. Is there a line redeem? No, there is not. I could change my name to that. Alright. I think that's the play here. So my legal name is now that copy paste. Alright, is no longer Cadence.
Okay.
And there's my say my name redeem.
I'm a motherfucker, Ilil. No, you like girls in fantasy cosplay lingerie. If you wouldn't mount a dragon at her most four-legged, fire-breathing, scale-covered, you don't deserve her at a kawaii anime waifu.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Oh my.
I truly appreciate it. Now I'm legally changing my name back to Cadence Harper. It was worth the legal efforts, I think.
Well, I was briefed on the Harkness test in my Ranger Corps, and I agree with it wholeheartedly.
Based. Absolutely based. What is the single best monster girl?
This I have a strong opinion on. The very best
do as
monster
well.
girl would have to be the Manticore.
I disagree. I'm sorry,
but let me...
your opinion is wrong. Your opinion is simply incorrect.
Alright, Master,
So I have
please
two
educate
answers.
me.
I have two answers, in fact. Answer number one. Well, I currently live with a Gorgon, and I do think she would probably bite me if I didn't say Gorgons. But the actual answer is pink slimes.
Pink slimes.
Big fan of pink slimes. Big fan of pink slimes.
What is more from a pink slime that you do not get from a regular slime?
Pink goes really well with green, so when we fuck, it looks like a painting.
A very artful answer. Now,
Exactly.
let me, in picture form, deliver my answers to why Manticores are the best monster girl.
By all means, I would be thrilled to see such a thing.
Let me just find it. 1 minute.
Pardon me, I'm a little sleepy.
Whoops. Okay. Scroll up. And here we go. Copy that.
Well, let's see what we got.
And I'll post it in chat too, for everybody's reference.
Alright, that's good, but I still disagree with your opinion. I still disagree with your opinion. You have my apologies on the matter.
It's my personal preference that I would just like to be petted all over. And to feel it with, what is it? Beyond any reasonable metric? Yeah. That I think is
Hard
why...
to disagree with that. It is hard to disagree with that. But may I offer a rebuttal?
Okay.
Shall we say? Let's see here. Can I find the image I'm looking for in the depths of my D&D folder?
I see your
Wizard head.
culture too. You also put your
course.
cheesecake in your D&D folder.
I cannot find it there. Maybe it's in my random artwork folder. Dang. Dang.
Well,
It's not here either. I will offer you in exchange the likeness of my roommate, Miss Calidora Lambros, the Gorgon I mentioned earlier. She's very pretty. Wouldn't you agree?
I would agree so. Those are some very well-groomed snakes.
Yes, I'm very interested in that Gorgussie. She has said on record, against her best wishes, that she does indeed have snake pubes.
I'm a little bit scared by that. A little bit intimidated.
What's life without a little bit of fear, you know? If you were just in a safe space all your life, you wouldn't really be living.
Yeah, I think I'll definitely put the knife in the tit compartment just in case.
That could be that's fair. Okay, here's the image I was looking for of the pink slime. Feel free to post both of these in chat if you. I'll post Calidora.
Alright.
I'm sure she wouldn't like me sharing her likeness like this, but you know what? She owes me because she bit me. How can you disagree with such a cute pink slime?
She bit you and you're still... And you're
Listen,
still ready to...
Listen. She made it up to me, alright? She streams once a day on my channel. So I get another day off. I'm a little on the lazy side. Besides, the Earthlings really seem to like Calidora.
And that is a
Of course,
good
not as
arrangement.
much as they like me, but how can you possibly disagree with that beautiful pink slime?
And that is a very nice pink slime.
Imagine giving her a big, sloppy, wet smooch, and her slime would get all over your face. Which is not a bad thing.
Wonder if I could just lie back. I bet she's probably pretty comfy. Like,
Oh, I'm sure.
like lying on one of those, what is that? Kinetic gels or something?
I actually have a story. I have a story about that. So I was once dating a very pretty girl, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she also was a slime enjoyer, right? However, what she wanted to do was get completely enveloped by the slime, as in crawl inside the slime and be completely covered. That is not something I am interested in.
Yeah. I think
I'm glad it's not just me. That's weird, right?
yeah, that's pretty weird. I think a healthy distance is...
Yeah. We have since broken up. Of course, it was just over the slime thing, you know? I mean, that's a deal breaker right there. If they enjoy slimes in a wrong way, no, that's it.
It's good that I enjoy them in the right way. Just
That's goddamn
casual,
right.
nice, lie-back embrace into the softest place in the world.
Oh, why is it so important that you enjoy them in the right way?
I guess there's many ways to have a right way.
But why is it so important to you that you not trigger my deal breaker?
I guess you're right. It is something of a concern for me, Master.
Oh my. Well, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
That's a very nice tone of voice.
Thank you. I try my best.
I'll do mine as well.
Please do. I mean, that's all anybody can ask at the end of the day. If I scanned your barcode, how much would it say you cost?
Well, it's my serial number, and I don't know my exact cost of production.
69,420.
What galactic currency?
Credits, of course.
Mostly standard credits, I would say. Add E8 to that, maybe? Probably, yeah.
Unfortunately, I only possess one single credit card, so I don't have that many credits. And my phone is about to die.
Well, that's at factory. I'm not actually sure how it would go for now, but
So what you're saying is I
I'm
could
not.
purchase you for 1 credit.
Well, I'm not put up to auction, so
No,
yeah,
this is
well,
more
you're
of
the only
a...
one in the room to auction, more like. But
Exactly. I bid 1 credit.
anybody
Going
compete
once, going
against?
twice. Sold to me! Alright, so now you are legally my property. That's how that works, right?
But I've always been your wonderful maid,
This is true. This is
Hime-sama.
true. This is very true.
It has been a pleasure serving you, Hime-sama. I hope that
It's been
you've
a pleasure
enjoyed your
being here.
stay, and you'll come
Oh, it's
again.
excellent. Of course, of course.
Well, I think it is time to receive the next guest. So
I
for
think
now,
so
ciao
I
ciao.
wish you a very fond farewell.
I'll flare you off. Bye bye.
Bye!
Alright, and now let's add you in.
Sorry?
Alright. Oh, I gotta I gotta do the right green screen. Give me 1 second.
Oh, okay.
I'm just
Probably
gonna
should
have
wear
so
my
many
team
chroma key layers on this.
Sorry?
Oh, I just have a lot of chroma key layers. Alright, there we go. You're in. Well,
Okay. Oh, sorry. I'm just trying to pour my tea.
okay. Bonjour, Mamatus. Would you like me to pour the tea instead?
Oh, that would be much, much better.
Yeah, let me just... Thank you for joining us for Talk, Tea, and Excellent Service. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Oh, my name's Atropa Everwood. I'm just a regular forest witch. I mean, I guess there's not that much else to say about me. Just doing the usual, thing, just being back in my woods.
Mm-hmm. And that is why I'm very pleased that you came out all the way here, Master.
Mm-hmm. Totally not doing anything sketchy. At all.
The desserts are free to take. You don't need to do anything sketchy about that.
Oh, I'll take some of the cakes. And maybe one of the strawberries. And, oh, some grapes would be good. I mean, I guess I already have grapes in my cup, but they're a bit distilled.
A bit distilled. Are you drinking tea? Or...
Okay, well, I mean, I believe I ordered the lavender chamomile, but with just a touch of brandy. Just a little bit of brandy.
Alright, I had you fill that out, but I should have looked at what your exact blend was.
Oh, I blended it myself.
Yeah.
Just, I went a bit heavy on the lavender, but I do love lavender.
As for me, I am drinking number 39, green tea with lemon myrtle, and I forgot the other one. I should really pull up that tea bag.
Oh, that sounds really good.
Oh, and it is fine. Imported all the way here from another quadrant.
Yeah, I figured for this time of night I would go with a nice herbal tea. Especially, I mean, chamomile helps promote sleep. Lavender helps promote relaxation. And brandy, I guess, can promote a lot of things depending on mood.
And my tea just promotes my voice box not dying on me.
Oh yeah, I mean, green tea is very good, personally. I mean, personally, when it comes to green tea, I'm personally partial to genmaicha. But I do know matcha, how to do matcha. I briefly took tea ceremony lessons. Not that I'm any good at it, but I did briefly take tea ceremony lessons. At least enough to know how to put the kimono on.
Tea lessons. Like bartender lessons, but for a much, more dignified position.
It is super dignified, and I don't know. I guess part of being a forest witch is not exactly the most. It's not really the most social job. I mean, a large part of it is just it's a calling, not a customer service profession. It's the kind of job where if you're nice with the clients, that's almost kind of concerning because you don't. I mean, you don't expect the crazy lady in the shack in the woods to be nice. That just kind of is poor marketing at that point. You need that bit of edge so that people know that you're actually a real forest witch and not just somebody who stole a hat from somewhere and found a shack to camp out in.
Well, yeah,
I mean-
curses and such are good advertising.
Oh yeah, definitely. Oh, this tea actually is really good. I don't know, maybe it's just the brandy, but no, it's definitely the lavender. Love lavender. Like one of my favorite smells. And scents.
Oh yeah,
I have like a garden just full of it.
I'm quite a fan of the smell of sage, and I'm sure the presentation enhances the taste of the tea.
I mean, I did have to dig out my proper teacup. I mean, I normally drink coffee, so it took a while to actually find my tea set. Why is it doing that? I think there's something stuck in the spout of my teapot. I guess I just went with loose leaf chamomile, which apparently wants to be problematic.
An omen, perhaps.
I hope not.
Never said it was a bad omen.
Oh, I'm assuming it is, because if you can't get to your tea, then that's just frustrating. Like, it getting all, like, clogged up.
Fortune.
Never a good thing.
The future is unclear.
I would say tasseography isn't exactly one of my specialties. I'll be honest. If you ask me to read your tea leaves, I can give it the old college try, but I'm best with my cards.
Right. I do remember once getting a reading from you.
Oh yeah, that would have been a while back. I
A
think.
while back.
Yeah. Get a lot of readings. I mean, some of the questions are a bit odd, but I'm not here to gossip about my clients and customers. Imagine if you go to like the sketchy forest witch and they start telling all your deepest, darkest secrets to somebody else. It's already concerning, unnerving enough when they start doing it to you.
Yeah, you're the creepy forest witch. That they're really gonna ask you some weird question.
Yeah, well, it depends on what questions they ask. If they ask too many questions about a machine shop out back, I usually just plead the fifth. And, of course, same with, well, no, that still is for essential oils. I mean, you can't be a proper witch without a way of distilling your herbs and spices that you grow. Essence of chamomile. Essence of nightshade. Actually, no, you don't want to use the same still for both of those.
And the bullets are for the sulfur.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, you realize that black powder actually originally was made by like alchemists.
Yeah.
I mean, it was originally made by a Chinese alchemist trying to I forget exactly what they were trying to discover, but they did discover something that had a bit of a kick to it.
Yeah, as
And even then,
Go ahead, master.
even then, it still was kind of treated somewhat as an alchemical creation for a while, like even going into Europe.
Well, yes, I remember once briefing myself quite heavily on alchemy to better understand that part of human history and culture. As I understand it, the Chinese alchemists were always looking to create the so-called philosopher's stone internally, internal alchemy, for the most part, Whereas in the West, it was all externalized, hence the Philosopher's Stone, rather than the name of that Chinese fantasy genre, which I tried and just couldn't get into.
Oh, I cannot get into Chinese fantasy. I'll be honest. It's just a bit too opaque. All like weird martial arts and young master doing this and that. It's just not exact.
Zhangxia, yes, the Xian.
I cannot get into that. I'll be honest. Definitely one of my weak points when it comes to lit. I'd like to think I'm pretty well read when it comes to literature, but that is a weak point.
Well,
I don't think you predict.
It is very funny to me in the perception of there's that that hippie perception of like Buddhism and Chinese alchemy and as like a very spiritual, peaceful thing, and then you read some of those fictions and it's like, all right, so I killed my master to discover his secret to cultivating myself a little bit further, and now I have invested all the grain production of my local town into the creation of my super pills to increase my strength exponentially.
Oh, I'm not even that far into it. I just read it. It's just like, I do not like this writing style. I've read some bad writing, but it just, something about it just doesn't click with me. I mean, I've studied some pretty esoteric topics at time, but cultivation novels are just too opaque for me.
I think it's that cultivation aspect. It's very it's very much just an endless pursuit, and just pursuit for pursuit's sake. I'm not sure that. Well, sometimes that's a very nice story structure, but there's very little to push it along, I think.
Just very little. Although my absolute favorite. Okay, this is said in confidence, so don't spread it about. But one of my favorite recent ones is just romantic fluff. So maybe I don't have that much room to talk. I mean, it's not that bad liking romantic fluff. It's just a bit of a palate cleanser. That's what it is. It's a palate cleanser.
Well, your secret is safe with me, Master.
I mean, I guess I haven't lived that long of life, only 300 years. And anybody who says any higher number than 300 is lying. Only 300 years. Those images of me on various archaeological sites are complete fabrications. So I've lived a not too long of a life. But even then, there's been enough heavy reading where you just want a bit of fluff. A bit of cutesy fluff.
Now, I wouldn't... go ahead.
Like, like the kind of normal romance, like being forced to work at a host club with a bunch of other handsome guys, or looking into each other's eyes and blushing, and, dare I say it, hand-holding.
Oh my. Well, Master, I will invest my secret into you. I'm even more of a sucker for that romantic shit.
Yeah, I read way too much of it. Occasionally I'll mix things up, reading something a bit less like that. I believe, like, on my docket for reading, there's I Choose the Villainous, one other fluffy romance story like that, and I've been meaning to reread the Hermetica.
From romance to the Hermetica.
I mean, they're all good reading.
Indeed.
I mean, there's lots of good romances out there, too. I mean, have you read The Song of Roland? That's a very, very popular romance. At least it was a while back, I remember. Bards all over were singing it. Bards all over within the past 300 years.
I was
swear,
meaning
I'll-
I was meaning to check it out. I actually bought I briefly purchased an audiobook thinking it was the entire thing, and then I realized, wait a minute, this is only like the last chapter where Roland dies. And I'm like, no. And
Oh,
then
yeah, it's like everybody dying, like
Mhm.
they kill off they kill off Roland, they kill off what's his name? They even kill off Astolfo.
Poor Astolfo.
Just that renowned paladin, defender of the faith, chosen to go to chosen by several prophets to go to the moon, venture to the moon to retrieve Roland's lost wits, which he then has to force feed Roland. Fate has absolutely ruined my ability to read a lot of those historical books now. Like, you try reading the Epic of Gilgamesh, and then when they introduce Enkidu, you're just forced to imagine the Fate version of Enkidu.
Oh no, I'm versed in the Epic of Gilgamesh. I think the introduction of Enkidu is actually, if you're coveted with the Fate idea, I think the giant mud monster in the boonies, you know, that is eventually given enough human contact, become a big muscular guy. I think it does a little bit to say, no, it's not the gay clay, it's not the gay clay. Well, it is the gay clay, but not that kind of gay clay.
I don't even know. I mean, maybe I missed that part in alchemy where clay can be gay, but but yeah, Fate, they just get weird. I mean, everybody knows Jack the Ripper, and then there's Paul Bunyan, who's like, yeah, the Fate depiction of Paul Bunyan is so weird that it makes the Fate depiction of J. Edgar Hoover seem logical.
So missed the mark, but it is kind of, that is a case where it's a bit ruined by where it came in, which is that they just suggested, like, in a parody, what's a character that we can make into a lolly that would not be suited for a lolly? And then Paul Bunyan, and then it gets added to FGO, of course, and now, oh no, there will be nothing of Paul Bunyan except lolly in overalls with an axe.
Oh, I knew somebody who actually worked, for, some sort of worked in, a major organization as a historian.
Mm-hmm.
And they're doing, World War II work. And they were stuck having to explain to all the older workers there why their Google searches for IJN Shimikaze were not bringing up a ship. Just imagine, you're a professional historian, working with other professional historians in an actual official capacity, and you're having to explain to the boomers why IJN Shimikaze is wearing such a short skirt.
For whatever reason, and I really like doing that with the boomer types. People say stuff like anime won't sell or anime is too niche, but you show any boomer anime, and unless you're really tasteless about it, cough, Girls in Panzer and My Grandpa Guy, that one fucking story, oh, that makes me hurt. But
sorry, that's a story I need to hear.
Oh. I'll tell it when I finish, but most boomers that see something anime, it's just instant aluga. I think a lot of them are not used to something that's, let's see, that stylized, that cute, that showy. But the story is, Goodfellow, let's say Anon, is visiting family at a family gathering, And his grandpa is a veteran of World War II. Gears turning in your head, I hope. And he decides, well, I'm a fan of Girls in Panzer. And, his grandpa asks, like, what are these cartoons you keep watching? And he says, of course, oh, they're Japanese cartoons. Gears turning in his grandpa's head and decides, wait a minute, I should just show him Girls in Panzer. Yeah, because he's a World War II veteran, he'll get it. So he starts showing him Girls in Panzer. And when the first episode concludes, he looks to his grandpa, sees the dejected, dead look in his eyes. The one that is seen too many horrors throughout his lifetime. And his grandpa just says, don't show me anymore, please.
Compare that to the modern military, where you walk into the smoke pit, and there's a debate on Superman vs. Goku.
Nice.
And then, like, your team leader is like, how the fuck have you not watched Full Metal Alchemist? It's like, that's required viewing now. No, we're doing that right now. It's like, Corporal, we're supposed to be working. It's like, when the fuck do we ever do any real work around here? This is working. In case you ever need to try alchemy while working.
This is moralization.
I don't know, I mean... I decided to take his words for heart. Like, words to heart. And watch it, because it was part of work. But that one field X, I kept on getting weird looks. Whenever, like, we were supposed to be practicing this, doing this one thingy. And of course, like the buddy rushing, like up moving move where, like movement under fire where somebody's covering you and the other person's moving and you're like leapfrogging forward. I kept on getting weird looks whenever I like would clap and try and transmogrify the ground or whatever it is. I don't know. I think maybe my team leader might have been lying to me.
Well, at least you didn't pick up a snapping habit for a while.
Oh no. There's worse cases. I still remember this other training exercise where they forgot to give us blanks. Just the team I was on. Everybody else had blanks.
Uh-oh.
And it's like, okay, we're reading this compound training stuff. It's like, well, what do I do? Oh, I know. I have my handy dandy D20 dice set. So, I guess most of the people were just shooting, and I was stuck there in the back, shouting magic missile, magic missile. I should have argued with the scripters, saying that magic missile is a guaranteed hit.
Obviously, man, magic missile's a banned move. It's an automatic hit, exactly.
I mean, coming from a military that uses Willy Pete, I think magic missile's like nothing. I mean, we have magic missile already. So what's the problem with a lone marine using it on their own? I think it's totally fine. I mean, just magic missile. Magic missile. Or, oh no, maybe I was doing it wrong. Maybe it's like that, one video you see where the guy's like the beanbags throwing it at the other person. Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt.
Yeah, lightning bolt would be the choice of a higher level witch.
Exactly. I mean, personally, I thought our party balance was completely out of whack. Only one spellcaster. Like, only one spellcaster, and then a bunch of rangers. Well, actually, no, they weren't rangers. They weren't army. They were marines. But yeah, our party balance is way out of whack. We didn't have a single tank. Because, I mean, it was Ospreys. But, I mean, how do you expect to do a proper raid if you only have one spellcaster.
True.
2 out of 10 wouldn't play with them again.
No, I don't know. It seems a little bit unreasonable to tank a take these days when everybody uses armor ignoring. Well, mostly armor ignoring magic items.
Oh, that is a whole rabbit hole you can go down. But then again, the Marine Corps doesn't have any more tanks. They got them taken away.
Nah,
It's really
or they
sad.
specialized in the vehicles.
Still have LEVs. Although I didn't do that much with LEVs, just I knew how to inventory them. That's how I knew what I knew how to do. Like the whole basic SL3, that kind of thing. But I'm definitely not an expert in LEVs.
Welcome, our guest of honor.
Welcome, Gary Gary. You'll be joining us in the Maid Cafe soon. Thank you for stopping in. Yes, we have 3 casters. Oh, Tira says he's playing in a game with 3 casters, 2 alchemy users, and a shapeshifter. I think that's a very magic balanced party. Who needs marshals when you can just have many flavors of mage?
My current campaign, we have a dwarf tank great sword wielder, a random smelly hippie. Wait, no, I think he's a cleric of some sort. Then 3 half-elves with rapiers. I believe one is a scout. I forget what the other one is. And then mine's a swashbuckler, who of course, her whole backstory is she got kicked out of college for an alchemy experiment gone wrong. And she's trying to repay the school. So pretty much repaying, well, I can't say student loans, it's repaying debt for property damage.
Oh god, what was
Of
the
course,
last game I played in?
halfway through, she comes to the realization that instead of this dangerous adventuring thing, she can just write stories about the other party members. Because that smelly cleric and the great sword wielder seem super, super close. It's
After my own heart.
the biggest debate that she has with her, or biggest argument she has with her team leaders is with the scout. And that's whether it's Rocky x Max or Max x Rocky. So she's thinking, so her logic is, if I write up this beautiful, beautiful story about love that transgresses social norms, and I can get it published, there's probably a market for that. And then I can pay back the school. Wait.
Sadly, there's been only one time when when the topic of those lovely, lovely, fluffy stories got brought in. And sadly, it was, well, see, Ravenloft does strange things to a mind, especially to the mind of a bard. So we ask, you know, okay, that's surprising, you want to write a story of love, as we finally escape the dreaded realm. And he says, why yes.
Sorry, I'm just pouring more tea.
Why yes. One for Strahd and that girl that he pined over. And, yeah, we needed to drop a few more remove curses to fix his madness.
Could always be worse. Oh god, I still remember this one campaign. That time, I was pretty much just LARPing as myself, where my character was an elven druid who specialized in alchemy for some reason. And was, again, spent years in seclusion, working on her her treatise on the importance of loving nature. So of course she specialized in alchemy and traps because that's what druids do, if you really want to help nature. And she realized the issue wasn't just evil in general, it was the evil of civilization and that modern world. And of course, her main attack was Alchemist Fire. And in at least one case, she used a package. For an elven druid, she knew a suspicious amount about the USPS. Or no. Like,
Not
about
US,
the
yeah.
medieval postal system. And she may have committed at least one war crime. Except they're orcs, so it's okay.
War crimes. I have forgotten. Well, you've brought it back into my mind. One of my favorite campaigns that I ever played in, which was a Spelljammer campaign. And if you know Spelljammer, one of the races it includes is the very militaristic mercenary culture of the GIF. And it's not said GIF, it's 2 Fs, but the GIF are a bunch of hippo men that use blunderbusses and are generally almost Britain. Yeah. Or not, sorry, not almost Britain, almost Prussia. Yeah. Almost Prussia. Anyways, we get pulled up by a gravity well to this planet. It shuts down our engines. There's something fucky going on here. And on this island, not Sunan, it's filled with terrible horrors. We encounter this tribe of cannibal drow, and we're actually lucky enough while hex crawling that we do this stealthily, and so we think, oh no, they're gonna be a problem. They're gonna find us, and it's gonna be just terrible. So you know, knowing that they're cannibal drow and that space elves have no rights of sentient races, or sorry, just that they're cannibals. Ignore that previous part. We load up on a skiff, one of the boats from the ship, hover boats. We load up. We had some spellcasters, and so we load them all up, along with our party spellcaster. And as soon as the skiff pulls around, we just load. This is at night. We load every fireball we can into the village's sleeping quarters and like everywhere where there would be people. And of course, we had we were playing the good old Fortunate Son while doing this medieval remix.
I mean, that's sort of like the raid on the orc village, where, I mean, orcs are very industrial, was my character's perspective. She was, I believe, neutral good. So, she decided to target the residential areas first. And then later, accidentally killed the guard in a not so evil town, but all of modern society is evil, so she totally was still neutral good. And then the campaign ended after we got a cart with a mounted ballista, and we were in a desert country that had a lot of oil and stuff. So we bought a whole bunch of amphoras of oil, and we were leaving the town when they tried to get us to pay excise taxes. And my character would not stand for that, because that is like the biggest sign that you just want money to destroy nature. So we started launching flaming amphoras from our medieval technical, and fled the major city, while just launching as much fire at it as we could.
The last part of my story is that when we escaped that planet, we always kept a ship's log, you know, of our adventures. And, well, when it came to discussing that part of our journey, what to record for when we got, you know, if the ship's log ever published, say like the travels of Marco Polo, we said, we came across a bunch of drow on a strange world and taught them the joys of civilization. Let's hope that holds up in Galactic Court.
Yeah, that's understandable for Drow. Yarp. I guess it's a bit different for the less cannibalistic elves, I suppose.
We found non-drought cannibal elves too. They were in a space junkyard, and I killed about 5 of them with one sword strike. My proudest moment.
Yeah, most elves are more civilized. I like to think I'm relatively civilized, for the most part. People might disagree, but I spent a lot of time in the world. I mean, I spent like a whole few years recently. Like, that was a very long stretch, having to deal with people. Like, that must have been like 8 years or so. I still don't really understand this modern technology. I mean, I still don't, especially with the... I'm still not sure what an android is, I'll be honest. I'm pretty sure it has something to do with that box I got that keeps on beeping and being annoying.
Yeah, so it would be natural for a 300-year-old witch to be a little out of place with the world. But...
At least my understanding in neuroscience is pretty good. I've been told.
Well, then think of an android like a little bit of a... approximation of a person. But so approximation it loops back around into just being the real thing. In a way. A different angle of approaching it.
An approximation of a person.
Oh.
You mean people who keep on asking me for taxes? Tax money. Oh god, I actually need to pay those.
I'm your humble maid, and I will never ask you for taxes, but I will ask you to pay your fare when you're done. Sadly.
Do you take gold?
I think those coins will be more than enough, maybe?
Oh, they're not coins. They're just random bits and pieces I picked up. I started panning the local river. It is a gold-bearing river. So...
My, there's that much gold in the local river.
It's not a major gold-bearing river, I'll be honest, but it is actually a gold-bearing river. I have a lot of silver too, but it's a lot of its bits and pieces that I want to use for casting more silver bullets. You know, in case something goes bump in the night that needs a bit more oomph behind it.
Maybe these are terms that'll make more sense to you. A homunculus? A rubial? Something like that. Just with those metal waves that you hate so much. Or...
I'm mainly concerned about that creepy thing I saw on that ridge the other day. That had like the weird claws and antlers. Wasn't a deer. I mean, I would have shot it if it was a deer.
Oh, that's my big sister. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I just like to be prepared. I think I heard that from some guy named Baden Powell. Seemed like good advice at the time. I mean, he wasn't really prepared for those yeah, that's not a story to get into. So androids are things that look like people.
Thing like a man.
Think I understand. Not that I'm that good with foreign languages, I'll be honest. I had that thing called state-dependent memory.
State-dependent memory?
It means you remember things better when you're in the state you are when you learned it. And when I studied French, I figured I should do as the locals do. So, rather than tea, it was definitely wine. And mainly my understanding of France was from reading The Sun Also Rises.
Bad object permanence. Well, I did know one fella that could only remember me when he was drunk. Too bad I never introduced myself when he was not. It's
So,
something like
my
that, right?
Yeah. My French, because I had a lot of bad classes before I studied French. So my French was kind of just, if I get really, really into the cups, my French apparently actually gets to the point where I can understand the average speaker speaking it. Really weird. Oh, bad object permanence isn't just an ADHD thing. It's actually something that shows up with a borderline personality disorder, too. I have a tiny bit of clinical experience.
Vous le donner? Le bon? M'aimerez-vous?
Je ne parle pas français.
Je ne parle pas bien français aussi. Mais,
Et toi?
je peux parler très delicieux. Delicieusement. Oui, oui.
My French is not anywhere near that. I would kind of describe it as très disgusting.
My lines are mostly practiced. French has a practical purpose, and so I won't use it for anything but that one practical purpose.
I mean, I can gist it if it's written French. If you give me a line of stuff written in French, I can read over it and come to the conclusion. Yes, I have the general idea. But I haven't had enough brandy. Actually, I ran out of tea long ago. This cup is only brandy. But I haven't had enough brandy to speak my French fluently. And I never will. Although I can understand spoken French better the more brandy I've had. Maybe it actually wasn't brandy, because at the time I was mainly drinking whiskey before classes.
Well, this is the first thing that I said, if you'd like to try to get a gist of it. I'll also post it in chat, too.
I mean, I caught the big...
It clicked.
Yes. I caught one out of every couple words when you said it the first time, but that makes it a bit clearer. Notice you still use the vous, which I suppose is right and proper for a maid.
Oui, oui, ma maîtresse.
I mean, I do know, il ne passera pas, but that's because I'm a history buff. Oh, yeah, no, I do have a pretty sizable collection of militaria, which includes French stuff, so you kind of have to read a little bit of French to actually be able to figure out about it. I believe around here somewhere I have a
Nice.
I have the issued manual for the MOS 4956. Of course, MOS stands for Manufacture d'Armes de Saint-Étienne. My pronunciation's horrible, absolutely garbage, but still better than Ian McCollum's.
Well, maybe the brandy helps with remembering the French and that it's easier to just slur it all together.
It's sort of like the Australian accent, actually. Like a bunch of linguists did like a whole, study the whole Australian accent and came to the conclusion that a very noticeable slur in it must have come about around when Australia was first colonized. Because they all were drinking when that happened. That's actual academic an academic conclusion on that. I really hope there's nobody Australian in the chat because you're probably just a bit offended by that, but that's somebody else's conclusion.
I don't think we have to worry. Mao has been sent to the farm for quite a while now.
Oh yeah.
God, I miss that dog.
But ceremonial magician rather than a more to-the-roots witch. I mean, I know a little bit about ceremonial magic. A little bit. En petit peu. But yeah, I just prefer, like, the raw approach of witchcraft. I mean, because you're crafting. You are making charms, glamours, positive stuff. Or curses. Although the cursed objects I make are a bit different than the average witch.
Yeah, I mostly... Go ahead.
I am going to get into Brayden Herrera's Cursed Gun Images compilations again at some point.
Yeah, I'm mostly familiar with the stuff that Mao taught, and a general overview of the kind of conceptual alchemy, fondness for Jung and that kind of stuff. But I will say this much: I've always regarded the importance of things in physical space to be very high. Yeah, I noticed that I spent some time in a desert locale. It drove me very, very Menhera, and then getting back up here to nature, it did a lot to like detox me from that. I think that desert drove everybody in Menhera a bit of a bad energy spot. And personally, you know, you can't see it on my end. We're in the VR room, but usually when I stream, I'm in a little bit of a princess tower is probably the best way to put it. That's how others describe it. White curtains, lots of well, fake foliage at this point, but I'd rather real foliage hanging from the supports. A little gazebo, yeah.
I do think towers are pretty cool. I mean, I don't completely hate civilization, despite what some people might tell you. I am very, very partial to my coffee, and I realize the only way I can get that is through international trade. Because it's really, really hard to grow coffee trees in a land where you still get frost in this month. So, I do have to admit that I can't be completely cut off from civilization unless I decide to switch to lavender chamomile tea the whole time, which I like my coffee. That's something that's not at all hidden about me. I love my coffee. I would be drinking coffee right now if it wasn't for the fact that I need to wake up to do more gardening tomorrow. Like, I roast my own coffee. I just love coffee. And I had to accept the fact that I need my coffee delivered because I don't have a sailing ship to go down to South America. Although, I do have connections. If I get one of my friends with a bit of connections to certain dark sides of the world, might be able to get enough willing, able-bodied people to be able to take over our own coffee growing region.
Coffee Republic.
Yes, and I could even use that to jumpstart my fashion line. Because I like fashion too.
Yeah.
And it would be Coffee Republic. It would be a bit preppy, because apparently I am kind of preppy, according to Uncomfortable Revelations.
Uncomfortable Revelations?
Well, the past month, the month of April, all my fashion history streams were history of 2000s fashion subcultures. So I pretty much what I would do is describe the fashion of that subculture. And I would dress the part, listen to the music, try and understand the subculture. But when I got to preppy, it's like, okay, I need to see if I can put together a preppy outfit based on my wardrobe. So pull my closet open, look over it, and it's like, well, okay, I guess my wardrobe is preppy, but I'm not preppy, am I? So I started doing more research into what preppy is. So I can say at least I don't listen to preppy music for the most part, except for the fact that apparently preppy people really like Simon and Garfunkel, which naturally I do. I mean, Parsley, Sage,
Simon and
Rosemary, Thyme
Garfunkel is pretty good.
cult. I don't know anything about Vampire Weekend, but I do like John Mellencamp and Simon and Garfunkel, so it's like, I guess I do like preppy music in a way. And then it's like, well, okay, but I don't embody the preppy mindset. It's not like my history is preppy. And then there's looking at the point where it's like, wait, no. God damn it, Ivy League. Because I figured it'd be good to go to a nicer school. To try and understand these modern humans. Poor choice. Apparently I'm preppy now. Yay.
Yeah, Matt, it's a dangerous vacuum when you're already out of touch to the fashion subculture, which is all about being out of touch. Well, out of touch in a very specific way, but...
Well... Oh no, out of touch, out of mind Thursdays are still a little bit away. Just that whole meme with out of touch Thursdays.
You're out of time. Not around. I enjoy those quite a lot.
Oh yeah, it is a lot of fun.
That kind of brings me to what has been forming in my wardrobe recently. I only really put it together because I needed stuff to go for the con, but I was just like, of course, I'm going to a mostly Japanese culture con. I'm gonna try to pull off some J fashion stuff. First day, I basically dressed like the girl from Renai Circulation. I had like a little cap, a very cute sweater, some shorts.
Renai Circulation was the younger sister of Araragi from Monogatari.
Yep.
Isn't she mostly... Oh no, Renai Circulation... Yeah, no, I'm stupid. Renai Circulation is a... Oh god. Yeah, no, sorry.
Yeah, it's one of the Monogatari theme songs, I know that much.
Best character in Monogatari is Hanakawa, by far. She's just so relatable.
Hanakawa? Let me see.
Tsubasa... Yeah, however you say her name. She's just so relatable. I like relatable characters.
I'm gonna look this up to see how relatable this is. Alright. Aw, she looks very cute.
Plus, I'm partial to cats. So... Yeah, just... Hanakawa is just...
Oh yeah, she's the cat. Yeah.
She has like the best theme songs too.
And of course, who could forget?
Haven't you ever felt the need to go on a rampage while wearing pajamas, going around town attacking random people and sucking out their energy? I know I have.
Dramas, yes. Rampage, yes. Sucking out energy in a way, yeah, okay, no.
Lewd. Absolutely lewd.
Oh.
Be ashamed of yourself.
Hmm.
But no, I absolutely adore Hanakawa. She goes from kind, prim, proper class president to international supervillain in like a few years. It is just so top tier.
Tara says, I find crystals are great for driving negative energy people out of your life.
Oh no, I don't want to drive negative. Well, actually, yeah, I do want to drive negative energy people out of my life because I want to suck the energy out of the positive people.
And if you don't believe him, you should throw them. If you don't believe them, you should throw them harder. Wow, I caught like a piece of dust in my mouth when I did that.
Yeah,
The world is trying to prevent me from saying that bad joke. Sorry for my blasphemies.
I do a bit of work with crystals, but I definitely prefer my tarot. Yeah, I'm definitely biased. I just like cards. Totally not because of my kind of love for Old West stuff. I mean, I just loved the belts back then. Like those big, like, wide leather belts. I mean, you see, I'm still wearing one of those. I mean, and you know the proper way to wear them? I mean, the Western movies, they show those Buscadero rigs, where the belt is, where the holster is on like a weird extension, but that's not historically accurate. You actually wear it on the belt, so it slides around. So if you're like working for a living, and you're doing some work where you need full range of motion for your arms, you can just nudge the holster to the small of your back, and have your arms free. Because quick draw was not a common thing at that time. So, I guess at the small of my back, for my model, there was a 6-gun. That's also why I wear a bolo tie.
What would a witch call her pocket pistol?
Hey, I mean, it's like, what's her name said? Revy. Who needs magic when you have guns? Except I use magic, though.
Enchant your bullets for maximum damage. And by enchant, we mean rub them in toxic substances.
I mean, if you remember Umineko, bullets are very, very good for counter magic stuff.
True.
Unless, of course, you're facing off against any number of people from that one.
Oh yeah. How far are you into Yumaneko at this point?
I plead the 5th. I finished the first half of it.
Nice.
And Beatrice is still my favorite because she's just so adorable. I don't care about the mass murder, she's still adorable.
She is adorable. She will only be more adorable, and you'll cry a lot more. Play the 5th.
And I want her dress. I need to make her dress. Except silk velvet is very, very expensive. But I can still make it. Because I do have the skills to make that dress. I mean, I technically have the skills to make anything. It's just whether I feel like putting the effort into it.
And now that you've finished the first half, well, I must ask, do you have any ideas about a candidate Beatrice, if one exists?
I have a few.
Oh, let's hear.
I'm gonna go with a genetically modified created in a lab, because I know Higurashi.
No, I can't say much, but I'll say, still yourself towards towards more rational explanations, or remember, though Battler defeats things with wild, crazy conclusions, sometimes if you really want to approach things with the truth and not just to defeat them, you can't always assume that people were killed by randomly placed small bombs in food.
That's how I would do it.
Dude, fuck, that's a pretty good explanation, but it's
Curses can only get you so much.
Mhm. Well, what do you think Battler's sin is?
Sorry.
What do you think the eponymous sin of Battler is? You're a sap. Take a guess at it.
I can't honestly say.
Well, I will say this much. There's one I thought about, which is mentioned offhand in a conversation, in such a way that it seems so stupid, and I thought, that's so stupid. That couldn't be what's the cause of all this. And then it fucking was. But by that point, I understood the full context behind it, and so I just bawled my eyes out.
Oh, I think I can understand now. Poor, totally bottom energy Battler.
But I do remember once I was trying to tell people to read Human Echo, and I got into describing Battler, and it became someone said, "Oh, you have a type," and I'm like, "Fuck."
I've heard all about my type from previous girlfriends. Or friends. Friends.
No, don't worry about it. Wow. It's been a pleasure having you, Master. And great forest witch, Atropa. Come again to the Maid Cafe another day, alright?
Of course. Especially for more of this team.
I'm glad you enjoyed it so much. Now, our other guest has been waiting oh so patiently. Are you there, great familiars of Heicaite? Or Heicaite, sorry.
That I am.
Would you like to say anything to the other witch that was just here before you go?
Your hat is very cute.
Alright, now let me pull up your ninja
Does it
one.
carry anything?
If I had to
Is it
reason.
a hat of holding?
If I had to reason, probably guns, bullets, or something else. Yeah, let me put you in. And oh my, you're black screened. I'm not sure I can do that.
Yes, I can. I can change the background color. I think it's green's like the default from Monkey, isn't it?
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go. And now I just need to make you a bit smaller.
Yeah, just a bit.
Just a bit. Unless you are... Oh, there we go.
There.
Your audio is also doubling.
Oh,
You might
shit.
wanna-
It happens.
But I hear there are many familiars in that, one sleeve, so... It does give a mighty impression.
Shit. What? I was messing around with my audio a little too much. Okay. So, good evening. I have my tea.
He obtained.
Yes. It is one of those Etsy brands. I had this seat for a bit, but I think it should be done by now.
Your audio is still doubling from OBS Ninja.
Shit. Okay. Huh. Okay, let me see how I can... This better?
Yeah, that works.
Okay. Yeah,
See,
this is
brand
my...
tea. Well, we don't serve anything that cheap here, but we can make something that approximates the taste. Here, let me pour you a cup.
Alright, that would be much appreciated. But yeah, this is my first time using OBS Ninja, so
I'm surprised at how many people get away with for so long not using it.
yeah, like I've heard of this program, but I haven't really actually using this
I think your audio cut out.
until could be my Discord.
I'll turn you up a bit.
Like,
Oh no. It seems like every time you go too far from the mic, you get really quiet.
oh yeah, that happens.
It took me a while before I was able to figure out my mic, so I could actually be like mostly loud on Discord.
Yeah, it's happened on some of my other Discord conversations too. Just some of them. They're like, Heicaite, you keep cutting off sometimes at the wrong moment.
I'd say how it jumps between loud and soft. It's a little bit, but issues aside. Bonjour, ma maîtresse. Welcome to our Maid Cafe, our humble little one. I hope that you're ready for a night of talk, tea, and excellent service.
Aw, yeah. That sounds wonderful. Absolutely sumptuous. I see that we have a little, like, tea cake stand. I forgot what it's called. I haven't been to.
Feel free to help yourself to the dessert arrangement.
Yes. Strawberry sounds
You're very welcome. Why don't you introduce yourself,
Good to
oh
know.
lordly Hecate?
So hello. Good afternoon. Or rather evening. My name is Heicaite, and I'm a witch's cat familiar who reads arts and games. Well, I've been doing more art and gaming rather than just reading.
Hold on. Your audio is dropping in and out so much. It's like
shit.
4 times
let me
in
try
one
my-
sentence.
Oh shit. I mean, I think I have to. Something determine input sensibility. Yeah. Alright, let's do this over. So, hello, my name is Heicaite. I'm a witch's cat familiar who streams arts, readings, and games. Well, I do more art and gaming nowadays, but the gaming does have some reading material to it, so.
Maybe we'll just have to live with Heicate's voice sometimes getting very close to the ear.
Yeah. A shame. Well, I thought that this would be resolved with the new microphone, but well, new-ish. Like a month or two old. Mike, if you can call it new.
Some bugs just are so persistent and refuse to die.
Yeah. It's quite good. Quite sweet, too.
Well, I'm happy you enjoy it, Mama Puss. Wow, you really enjoyed that cup.
I haven't had anything warm in a while. And, well, I did have another tea prepared. It's boba. And I'd rather drink boba, like, during the afternoon. Earlier in the day. One sec. One sec. No, it's okay. That was the witch's brother. He was just asking for something. Yeah, the family tends to knock on the door whenever I'm live anyways. And it does frustrate the witch quite a bit. We like to work in concentration, or if we're live, we just don't like being interrupted that much. But it happens.
What brings your brother around to your abode so much?
Usually small questions. Like, he has something like, well, just yesterday he gifted the witch a new keyboard for her birthday. This time it's about brushing her teeth. Usually because she has to go to bed early during the weekdays. As do I.
What a caring brother, protecting the witch's dental health.
Yeah, it's because the witch has to get up at around 5 to enter work, so that he has to use the bathroom. And unfortunately, the bathroom is next to the bedroom, and so she can hear bathroom noises. I can also hear bathroom noises. It gets pretty disruptive whenever we're trying to sleep.
How hard it is to be a witch in the modern day.
Yep. It's work, work, and work, and work. Hardly a time to relax. Just today she finished a work. Commissions, as it is for a witch of artistic caliber. It was a rather small assignment though, so she didn't really need my help.
Art is a
The
very
larger ones,
magical thing, and I've always been drawn to the works of the witch. And they have a very distinctive style, and it's very cool to see.
Oh shit, she's blushing right now.
What a dutiful familiar to tell me all this. My work as a maid is going very well.
Yeah. This week she hasn't been feeling very productive due to being forced to take a break by one of her clients last week. It was nothing bad. She just needed a mental health day.
Well, a mental health day is always a bit good. A little bit of recuperation rest.
Yeah. A little more like a mental health week.
Sometimes you're just like, well, I can remember when they had to institute a little bit of a lockdown on my side. And it was just like, this break. Oh boy.
Oh yeah, she had to go through the same lockdown as well. It was pleasant, but at the same time it was not.
It was nice to have the world stop for a bit. I was at least fortunate enough to be able to hole up with my family.
The witch and I ended up holding up by ourselves.
Oh.
Like, we can see like the family every once in a while, but even then, like, when she caught the coof, we had to hole up in the room, and the only way that we could talk to our family is if they happen to be outside the door, or phone calls or texts. With her brother, it's sometimes Discord.
Yeah, during the time in lockup, there was many. What is that? That terrible recurring 100-year cycle disease. No matter how far you get into the future, if you're on that 100-year, it's gonna hit. I think my story is actually quite funny. There was about maybe 300 confirmed cases on the planet I was on. And I just happened to be in the one capital city where there was cases. And I only learned that there were cases because I told everybody dutifully, hello, it seems that my security systems have been compromised. And then,
Aw.
but I think it's just a cold, you know, I get this every time I travel. And anyways, one of the other
Mhm.
Apollonia series in my generation just relays this message by walking into a room, and of course, right after they getting hugged, saying, "Yes, I might have that terrible 100-year cyclical sickness." And
Oh
they're
no.
like, "What?" It's like, well, you know, there was about 30. They didn't tell me this. They told everybody else, and then like I heard it like, "Oh, so sorry you got it." I'm like, did I get it? I was just holding up in my room, but it might have been it. I was my voice box was especially bad for like a month afterwards.
Aw. Well, hopefully you recovered quickly enough.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait. Shit, sorry. Classic Heika burp.
Hairball.
Hmm. Yep, just a little hairball. Yeah. Yeah, for a while, the Witch and I could only receive meals through meal cart. A small plastic meal cart with a tray outside the door every once in a while.
Oh yeah, that definitely is. At least around here with some of the other attendants getting sick.
Mm.
When they don't want to approach to you, they're very quick about delivering their stuff. So
Yeah,
it's like a
very.
steady stream of meals, and you know, sometimes people get mad at me for, oh, Fleur, you know, you're not taking care of yourself. Your batteries are about to run out, and you haven't recharged at all. And it's like, well, I'm focused, but when you're sick, they make sure that to take care of all those essential functions for you.
Mm. So, how do you recharge? Like, wall charger, wireless?
Mm. Well, a little special bed pod. About also helps me clear the head, not go into that uh, that restless rampancy where you've just been up for so many hours that reality and fiction stop making sense.
Aww, that's cute. Oh yeah, last Saturday was off Kai, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. The witch and I went.
Oh, you were
It was only
there?
yeah, it was only that Saturday though.
Hmm. Only that
Mm,
Saturday.
yeah, she had work
Hmm.
on Friday, and Sunday she wanted to hang out with her other friends.
I stayed all 3 days, and it
Mm.
was like my first real con experience. But since you were there, might I ask, not to identify too much, but was there anything recognizable the witch was clothed in?
Yes, actually, yes. I even, to say the least, the witch even spoke with you
Wait,
once.
but where? It was at a vendor table, wasn't it?
No, it was not at the vendor
No,
table.
no.
It was outside one of the panels
Oh,
with one of her friends.
one of the panels
She,
from Saturday.
it was at around, I believe it was panel 2.
Second panel?
Yeah, she said that she liked your dress.
Oh, wait. I'm trying to
And
remember which panel it was. A lot of people compliment my dress.
it was I think it was sometime after during networking during the pandemic. And there was going to be a panel after that, but we weren't there for it.
Oh, wait. Oh, was that right? That might have been right before my Big Sis's panel with Gary Gardens.
Oh yeah. The witch
Yeah,
was wearing all black at the time, and she was with one of her friends.
I remember that group. It was like a group of few people, right?
Yeah. It was more like a group that happened to be made up of 2 pairs.
Hmm.
She ended up running into a group of her other friends in which she had known from other places.
Wow, that's so cool.
I believe that she met them at GDC. Back when she was able to go to GDC. Super expensive to go there, though. Even if it was only like a student pass. But she's no longer a student, so. And then she ran into them a couple of times during other events, too. Yeah. First con experience in a while. How was that?
Very nice. I enjoyed this one a lot specifically because it was like small, but it was perfect in that everybody had something going on. So I talked to anybody and I got a really interesting conversation out of it. And yeah, having the con go through the night, you know, you go to the panels and stuff. I've done that at WonderCon before. Oftentimes, like, my real joy with conventions is just interacting with people. And so really when it kicked into like karaoke night and the after parties and just like that, like those wonderful social experiences with people who are exactly like you, it's a wonderful experience.
Yeah. It was also her first time going to one in a while, too. She only went for one day because she wanted to save up and save her money for a rather larger convention coming up this month. But it's a VTuber convention. She's never been to one of those before. It's a new thing. It's niche.
Definitely hope to go to it next year as well.
Yeah. If it happens next year.
I hope it will. I think this was a resounding success, but you never know.
Oh, yeah. It seemed, I suppose this may be a bit of a spicy take. I feel that Off-Kai could have been more well advertised. It felt pretty low-key for a convention.
I think that's how it is for most, you know, first years. It's like people don't really know what to expect, and so you have to take a chance on it.
Just like scoping the ground, really. See if the thing really works.
Well, it didn't have the biggest presence on Twitter. They definitely did the right thing by getting well within the industry. I mean, knowing the people from the industry that were going to go, you know, I had a pretty good idea of who I could meet going there, as did the people I was going with, which were running kind of press for it, in a way. Press. Yeah. Well, actual press. We have a good amount of footage from Off-Kai and like, yeah.
Oh yeah, you also posted the Ina thing. I ran into the guy who held that sign. The witch did also. It speaks. She speaks.
Yeah. I know.
I need to like look further into the schematics of how that works. Witch might want to pull it off eventually.
A little Arduino program, a simple little device.
I don't quite remember where it is in her closet. She does have a couple of devices in there that she used to play around with when she was working on her degree. Mostly as assignments, but she's stopped using them ever since she graduated. Somewhere in there, I think she has her Raspberry Pi, but I don't know. She probably gave it to her brother or her dad.
Yeah, the last time I interacted with one of those was at a little summer tech fair. I was actually working. I was lucky enough that, you know, they needed extra people even with my inexperience. But I was actually teaching the quite young and inexperienced new factory made androids. But yeah, it was surprising how, you know, how easily they picked up some of these things. There was, I believe, yeah, some kind of Arduino device, but like one of them figured out how to do it so that it can conduct through graphite, and so they actually drew out a little controller, a drawable controller. It didn't have the best latency or responsiveness, but I was still floored by it.
Yeah. The witch supposedly did pretty well according to her professors. Even though the only thing that she really did was copy the professor's instructions. Somehow none of her other cohorts really got it though. But when the time came when she had to do it on her own, she really struggled. It was really frustrating for her.
Following instructions is a remarkably difficult task. I'm lucky enough that I get the right stuff even when I don't follow instructions. But there was one educator who very much had a disagreement with this, in that they would pass the homework, or they would have passed the worksheets to me, the assignments, the whatever. And I would have already done it with with by the book photographic answers, and they're like, "No, I haven't given you permission yet." I'm just like,
Oh.
"Oh."
Chat said that their electronics teacher called them a smart shit for passing the math assessment on the first try. Pretty smart, actually, for
Yeah.
passing on the first try. Yeah, she's not that good at math. Not anymore, really.
Math is so time consuming.
Yeah. There's also, like, when you're in the state school system, they teach you one way and not multiple ways, and the one way is considered to be the right answer, not the alternative. What is this Common Core shit, she said.
I mean, there are at least some forms of math, unfortunately at the higher levels, where you learn to be able to hack your way through things quickly. I think that's how I survived calculus. It seems like it would be good they say integrate, I say differentiate many, many times.
Damn. Math is the devil. If only we could well, I think if math is the devil, then we have summoned it so many times. Common Core was supposed to be a solution to bring lower proficiency kids up. Oh. Yeah, I can see the logic in that.
I'm not sure how much I felt Common Core in my education. But it only seems like people complain about Common Core making things inaccessible.
Yeah. There's like the difference of using Common Core is like there's like the older gen kids who has learned like regular like basic math as it has been taught. And then the new gen kids who were taught Common Core. Yeah, Common Core didn't exist back in the day. I think it came up around maybe late 2000s. Early 2010s.
Well, I can say one thing. There was a phase of math which is significantly worse than Common Core, and that is new math. I've been informed of this through historical records, but imagine educating your kids to do base 6, base 8, and base 12 and base 16, so that you have a better chance at firing missiles than your opposing rivaling country.
Oh.
That sounds horrible.
Yeah, this new math is awful.
It was so new math that it was so new and fancy math that it went out like the new and fancy Coke.
Yeah. Thankfully the witch didn't have to teach Common Core math. Kids these days learn their stuff from them newfangled Chromebooks. They always call them Chromebooks instead of laptops for some reason.
Ouch.
Yeah.
At least say laptop, please.
Yeah, just say a laptop. It's fine.
I hate to think that Chromebooks have become that ubiquitous. Am I out of touch? I'm out of touch. Oh shit.
No. They even make they've even made like the older kids like call them Chromebooks instead of laptops too. What is this? Pretension, probably. Just call them a laptops. It's okay. You can be a little pedantic. That's what we called them back then. That's what we call them now.
It's not even pedantic. What are they gonna call the? What are they gonna call the black, very loudly whirring death machine that one kid brings in, loaded up with every hot new game to play, during a rainy day? Are they gonna call it a fancy Chromebook? Because if they do, I want off this train. I want off, please.
I thought it's called a PS Vita, or was it a Switch?
At least say it PSP. I think the PS Vita is more relevant, but I know the PSP.
Oh, I know the PSP too. We have an old copy of it somewhere, like in the cabinet, but she hasn't touched it nowadays. We're not even sure if her old games still work there too.
Oh god, I'm at least thankful that some of the people I was educated with still use DSs.
I
Good
also have a
days.
DS. Haven't used it in a while either. But now, Switches. I think like we only have like one DS game, and that's Pokemon, Black or White.
What do you mean? That's the only DS game.
That's the only DS game, and the only one that we have. I mean, one of her cousins probably has some kind of cartridge in which she can use to play multiple games on it, but I'm not so sure if she still has it. Could be somewhere in her storage, who knows. They're more caught up on game consoles and handhelds than the witch is. She's very she does spend a lot, but she is a little stingy with her money. She has to make an investment.
Ah, yes.
Mm.
Paying the bells.
Paying the bills, yep. Oh yeah, she should also pay some of the bills this month too. She does contribute to the family's expenses.
Not as good. Yeah, the thing I am very stingy about, specifically having lived through a minor galactic financial crash, not minor, it was major, is money. And it's strange. I was not in any position to handle money at the time. I just got the impression that this strange abstract concept, which baffled all my processors, was in a lot of danger and needed to be very much preserved, and that's always stuck with me.
Yeah, learning about money was a rather strange thing as a cat. As someone who used to be a stray who stole food in the streets, or maybe fed by strangers, if on a good day, that is. Yeah,
And now
I learned what money was eventually. The witch tends to complain if she has too little of it. Not so much when there's too much of it, but then again, with extra money, who knows what she can spend on. Turns out that it makes the world go round. Capitalism.
Look at you now, being a very responsible cat and paying her bills.
Thanks. I just help out with her work whenever she needs it. Math and calculations and stuff. I can do that sometimes, as long as I don't make too big of a purchase. She won't really question it. If it's something like food or whatever, she's fine.
If there's one thing which I'm happy about being stingy, it's you don't need to calculate a budget if you know you're gonna be in surplus because you're not buying much at all.
Oh,
Uh,
yeah.
I learned to live quite efficiently. And so that definitely saves some time and processing power.
Hmm. The only issue with a surplus is if it's food, and if we have too much food in the house, well, how are we going to eat it all? Lately, the witch has been trying to help her brother consume protein shakes before it expires. And and to her, it tastes disgusting. The most disgusting brew that she has ever had. She doesn't know how to make it taste good. Yet.
Protein shakes.
Yeah.
Wow. I know how when I wanted to get a little more protein between my gears, I always and you know, they see these and people think, oh, these would not taste very good, but lots of fruit, lots of vegetables, and then yeah, just drown it out in a sea of as many plants as you can, and it works pretty well.
Sweeten it yourself, just add a bunch of stuff in it yourself, and it'll taste slightly better. And use milk instead of water.
Yeah, it definitely became not just a muscle protein shake, but the every amino acid you would ever need shake.
Oh.
Very based as well. Gotta keep that in the food pyramid somehow.
And we still have a whole jug to go. It's one of those large containers, or rather 2 large containers. She's she's been grumbling that she's not the one exercising here. She hasn't been exercising for a while. Well, if you could count standing as exercise, or let's see, or her precision work and artwork as exercise, then that would be it. Exercise for the hands, that is.
Well,
And
it will keep
exercise for
them
the-
fine and aristocratic. Elegant and graceful.
Yes, also an exercise for the mind because she has to concentrate often. One little distraction could result in a drastic mistake.
Yes, then fine. When it comes to fine creation and hands, I have a funny story, which is that there was this. It happened. It actually happened very recently, but I was friends hanging out and stuff, and one of them hasn't streamed in a very long time, and they decide to stream, and they come back with something very different. They're building something, and they get the camera pointed at their hands, and this was a fellow who always from their accounts of their life always seemed to be mostly rugged until very, very hands-on, very manual until such activities prove detrimental to their health. And so they rest up. They don't do as much these days. But they were building a bit of a crafts project, a ship, and I see one of the screenshots posted from this, and it's, whoa, cute hands. And I'm like, wait a minute. And so I go into the stream, and I'm just like, and of course he streams, so he's not seeing his chat, but I'm just like, wait a minute, this can't be true. Nope. The cutest little jacket and the cutest little hands, like
Aww.
perfect, like yeah, like so fine and perfect. And I'm just like, I just can't resist it. I'm just like, your hands are very cute, bro.
Aww.
They have no right to be, but they're cute. Yeah.
Very lovely hands.
The jacket definitely didn't help. It was a jacket that, those jackets that go up to half the hands.
Oh yeah, those sweat.
Yeah.
Or did they have those kind kind of fingerless-ish gloves things on them. Like, they have holes for the thumbs.
Not fingerless gloves, but the ones that go up halfway.
Ah.
Yeah, so you just see like little fingers sticking out.
Oh, sweater paws then.
Yeah.
That's adorable as shit. It's a fine aesthetic. Oversized jackets are indeed a look.
Mm-hmm.
Also very much a look in the VTubing community. Very trendy, I must say.
I mean, yeah, I said it earlier, but the first day I went to the con, I dressed like the girl from Red Eye Circulation. Not exactly,
Oh.
but I had a little cat, but I was a bit, I was a bit, like, anxious, and so I had, like, a cap on, I had, you know, mask to cover most of my face, a white jacket, some shorts, you know, yeah.
Yeah, that's a very cute outfit.
Mhm.
Yeah, the witch had a Haori on and her and a black dress underneath all that, and she covered that all with a belt. Occasionally, if she wears the Haori for too long, it may slip off her shoulders, but well, it's a classic VTuber look.
I think classic, go out in public, you know, during the anime con look.
Yeah, that too.
Whereas I was just like, well, I'm going to a con. You know what? Third day, I'm gonna put as many hairpins in my hair as possible and make it
Aw,
look
yeah.
like Basil from Amori.
God, God, Basil, he's so cute.
Oh, so cute.
God, I love that game. The witch and I cried like a lot when we got the good ending.
And speaking of, I'm being told to put a flower in my hair. How nice.
Aw, nice. Are you using BC Face right now?
Mhm.
Because it's been
Yeah.
a while since I played around with that program. Like, I first started like using it early on when I used to have a Vroid model. It's on the laptop now. Not on the PC. We did not. I don't think we transferred the Vroid models between computers. This is very.
I'm interested to
this
see your work now.
Oh, this was very early on in my VTubing days. Just very early on. So I don't quite know how well it holds up anymore. I was about to do an upgraded Vroid model based on the current design, but and then Vroid upgraded it to how it is now instead of how it was back then.
I still use the beta. I do not know why the 1.0 lags out my machine so much. Like, it just seems to think, oh, gigabytes? Gigabytes of RAM? Yeah, I'll just, that seems good enough for a fucking modeling program.
Yeah, and it's supposed to be so simple and easy to use too, unlike Blender! Maya!
Yeah. I guess I'm very thankful that I'm not using those, because it's just like, yeah, just get started with Blender. So what's your VRAM rendering capacity? I hope it's like 16 bits. You got a few graphics cards in your machine?
Yeah. Let's also hope that you can make sense of all the hotkeys and not throw your laptop out the window, which the witch nearly did several times over the past couple of years. Every single time she touched Blender. Yeah. Yeah, it's a video toaster. God, she can't really use her laptop anymore unless she just wants to, like, browse the internet.
I'm currently waiting for my laptop to come in transit through the mail. But yeah, it's actually a pretty good laptop, but I learned the price that comes with Tower, and that is, yes, the fans.
The fans. It's a lot, yes. a PC is worth it, but
Mhm.
you have to build it. In most cases, some have theirs pre-built, and that's okay. But the witch had hers especially made for herself. She did not. She was not the one who built the PC. She paid her brother and one of her cousins to do it, and paid them with lunch
Probably the
and
best way to
dinner.
do it. Every time I've had to
Yeah.
get into this machine and swap out parts, it has been I must be doing something wrong to cause a different issue each time, but a different issue each time.
Yeah, so many issues. Oh well.
And there is one thing that is cool about the about
Mhm.
when the fans kick in on the laptop, and that is
Oh,
if you ever put your hands just to the side and just feel the air coming out of the vents, it feels stupidly sci-fi in a way.
in a way, yeah. Until you put the laptop on your actual lap and it starts burning your legs. Oh, that's
Oh,
what's
don't do
going on.
that, yeah.
Yeah, she does not do that anymore. Like, it's
Uh,
so old. She's had it
TF2 and what
since.
must have been
Yeah.
TF2 and what must have been 2012, and doing that with a laptop on my legs? Ow.
Oh, yeah, it hurts. She even played Monster Hunter World on that on that laptop. It was not great.
I am surprised that was able to. What did the Monster Hunter World look like playing it that way?
It was kind of slow and laggy, and she had to put it on some of the lowest graphics settings in order to get to survive. She was also very impatient with that game too, so she is at her worst if it comes to Monster Hunter, as far as I know of, anyways. And that's why she did not get by Monster Hunter Rise.
Yeah.
Other games she has played.
My main laptop game, specifically for laptop, is because it is a bit of a powerhouse. And it is transportable, and I have a 12. Oh my god, is it really a fucking 12-foot cable? VR.
Whoa! Oh, it's that powerful then?
Yeah, surprisingly, it runs VR better than the desktop terminal. But
Oh, yeah. She. No, wait, no, we don't have a VR headset. We kind of do, but it's only for like those ones where you put your phone in it and your app does a VR experience thing. But no, nothing like an Oculus or an HTC. But we've been considering getting one of those. Well, it's this or what was that? Something like a Google Glass. Was it? Or wait, no. Was it Magic Leap?
Magic
I
Leap.
think it's Magic Leap. Yes, it's a Magic Leap. It had. Yes, it's an AR headset that we wanted to use for developing stuff for a while. It's a way for her to develop her specialized magic, really. But it's kind of expensive.
Yeah, if I had to recommend one to save for, I would say definitely save for the for virtual reality. Augmented reality is cool, but I don't think it's there yet. And that's having spoken to people in the industry and stuff.
Oh, she's thinking of the reverse. Virtual reality is there, but well, I think it's more like both of them need both augmented and virtual reality need some development, but there's a lot of people using virtual reality for their own purposes. But the narrative potential of both platforms are so unrecognized, at least according to her. Especially in the AR segment in which she specializes in.
Developing for that must be really cool.
She mostly does phone tracking, phone stuff with it. It's been a while though. she wanted to get back into it after she catches up on commissions, but commissions keep piling up and up and up and up and up. So she's gonna have to hold back on that stuff for a while longer. At the very least, she wanted to update like all of her illustrations and some of the trackers. Perhaps before she enters another exhibition, which we're not quite sure that'll happen for a while. Maybe if the pandemic lets up.
I will say this much about virtual reality. It's I think the marketing of, you know, you can enjoy all these like these bombastic, high octane, immersive experiences in VR is very wrong. If I was to say what I would do for the target demographic of people for VR, it would be people separated by long distances that want contact with each other. There's really nothing like meeting friends again in VR and then actually, you know, being able to hug them and feel it. And you do feel it.
Oh, haptic feedback. It's
Yeah, no, not haptic feedback, phantom touch.
Oh. Wait. Let me look that up.
I'm maybe a bit more sensitive to it in that I have literally been alone in VR rooms waiting for people, and I'm just like, I really want to feel something, and I just pick up a pillow and start rubbing it against my face, and I can practically feel it going back and forth. Your brain really does get tricked, and it's very fun. It's yeah, like kind of, it's different from touch, but it's like being touched with it's like being like vision, you know? No, that's actually a terrible analogy, but it's like being touched, like being like a little electric shock across the body or something positive, like being reached into. It's cool.
Yeah, the witch wanted to get a little more into VR at some point, but every time she puts on a headset and every time she takes it off, she always gets a headache. Like, always. It's... She's tried a couple of things to try to alleviate this nausea. She used to have a friend who worked at Facebook. Wait, no.
Meta?
Actually, Meta? Well, now it's Meta. She did try out some games for him. But I think it's just that games. There were some ways to experience movement in VR without like actually moving around with a controller. There's like teleportation movement. There's no, he did not have that like pedal thing. One of her other friends did have it was a thing that looked like an egg or like half an egg in which you sit on it and it lets you like move around in VR just like
one of
like
those
an arcade
chairs
controller,
that you
I guess?
like you lean in to control it, or
Yeah, like you lean back and forth and to the side to control your movement, which was pretty neat. And the only thing that you would have to use the controller for is to like move the camera around. That should be about it from there.
Yeah. Well, my secret to surviving my time under the headset is actually a little thing we have right now on the table.
Oh, water?
Copious
Tea?
amounts of tea, yes.
Oh, hell yeah. That too.
I drink it, but I usually just drink it right before, but if I do, like, for me it hits right at the beginning, and if I drink tea right at the beginning before I put on the headset, I don't get that, and then I'm good for the session.
Oh, yeah. Usually the witch would take Tylenol or painkillers after, or just drink a lot of water afterwards. Though it's not like she always has that on hand.
Yeah, well, painkillers are good for reducing inflammation and the feeling of it. Tea for the relaxant. At least this kind of tea is very good at that.
Let's see. There is one... If we do manage to own a VR headset, there is one thing that we would like, though. what the fuck do they call it? It has to do with canvas, open canvas,
Open canvas?
or it's like it's an art program that allows you to create sculptures and art in the virtual world.
Oh, that's super cool.
Yeah,
Like
it's
pottery.
been around for a bit. Oh, tilt brush, yes.
Tilt brush.
Yes. It allows you to paint in a 3D space in virtual reality. We've had a couple of friends who use it. At least one of them uses it for commissions. And she's only played around with it once or twice. But she has to master the 3D form in order to fully comprehend this program's power. And the 3D form is something that she's not quite the expert with yet.
Now,
A flat 2D space is perfectly fine though.
if there was one hurdle I can't get past in digital art, which kind of locks it off all for me, is oh boy, I really need the physical resistance of anything.
Oh.
Yeah. Like, just the graphite to the table, or the clay, or whatever. Without that, I'm just like, it's too ephemeral. Too easy to make my hand shake.
Yeah.
I know I am joined by that by Atropa.
It takes practice, no matter how long it takes, I suppose. We haven't played around with more traditional and physical forms of art in a very long time, though. We have a gouache. Yeah, gouache. Paint set and some watercolors, but we haven't really done anything with them.
Yeah, maybe it is just practice, because I can certainly say I can now actually draw a bit when I play Jackbox.
That's a start.
And that's with a mouse.
Wait until you get a tablet. Then you'll be truly powerful. Yeah. We played Jackbox with a tablet before. It was quite the experience. It makes a lot of things easier too. There was one time in which we played Jackbox with a couple of other artists, and I think one of the rules was like, for one session was like, no, you cannot use your tablet, mouse only.
How did the drawings look during that session?
I think some of us forgot the rules. You want a tablet just for playing Jackbox and Gartic Phone? Yeah, it's nice to have. I think it's fine to just start with like even Wacom uses it's not Cintiq, Intuos like nowadays, so even those can come pretty cheap, like $70 for a small one. That's what they use nowadays. And yeah, I use a Cintiq. It's been with me for a while. 13 HD game, I guess. But I would like a bigger one eventually, but I need more desk space.
Wanting a bigger tablet but having nothing to accommodate it.
Yeah. Let's see.
Is that an artist's indulgence, an artist's greed?
It's a bit of an indulgence, yes. I think 13 is fine. I think 16 inches would be considerably nicer. If we get to 22 or 24, then I feel that's a little too big for me.
Speaking of indulgences, our time may soon be drawing to a close. So,
yes.
as the familiar rarely gets to become a master, is there anything you'd like to indulge in before you leave?
Just one more strawberry and another cupcake and one more cake, and I'll bring that in, and I'll take that in a little box to go, please.
Gladly,
yes,
gladly.
And one more pack of tea. Yes, thank you. I'll take the
pour you
entire tea
straight.
set.
All right. Um, you can just take the teapot too.
All right, thank you.
But I keep
Yeah.
the souvenir anime Iowa Maid mug.
Oh yes, that is a very quality looking mug there. In any case, good afternoon or evening, however that is. It's been a nice experience.
I'm glad.
All right, and now I must go, for the witch needs to go to bed.
Feel free to return another
Right.
day to the Maid Cafe.
Thank you. All right, fare thee well. It was nice being here.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Their forms always linger around, even after they have departed us in spirit. Bye-bye, Heike. Ciao. I'm not sure how to wave. We will be waiting for our next guest. It was fun to meet you. And it was fun knowing that I've met you at a weird time in the past as well. We'll just be waiting for our next guest to set up. Oh. Welcome, welcome. Uh-huh.
Hello?
Oh, now I can hear you. I think. A little bit. I heard a little bit.
Weird.
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Not hearing. Let me up to
Let me turn you up. You're very quiet.
a different one.
Huh? Well, I've turned you up, but you're still very quiet. I'm not sure if you're talking.
Hello?
Ah, there we go. I think that's better.
Yeah.
Oh, I will put your link in.
I can't hear you when that's running.
What do you mean when that's running?
I don't understand, but all my audio goes away.
I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. But I do have, Boogie set up. Let me just not be a little Viking.
Here, I will put in your Fugi. Give me 1 second. Let's just remember what tab I put it in. Oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go. Wait, oh no, where's open? There we go. I'm gonna look like a nerd.
Oh, you're very big.
Oh,
Like
oh
the
no.
size. Don't worry about it. But you do have a Fugi, so that works. Can you hear me
Yeah.
all right now?
I can.
I never
Sorry.
realized you were so short.
So tiny. I'm so small.
Now you're just very comfortable in that chair.
It's deep.
Anyways, bonjour ma maîtresse. Welcome to our humble little maid cafe. We hope you're prepared for a night of talk, tea, and excellent service. What blend will you be drinking today?
I wonder, do you have a fruity green tea today?
Yes, we very much do. Give me 1 moment. Alright. We'll pour it in. Enjoy your tea, master.
Thank you very much.
You are very welcome. 'Twas my pleasure.
Oh, so warm and delicious. Oh,
And my blend is pretty nice as well. Smith's number 39, green tea with lemon myrtle, and I believe it might have been something spearmint.
oh nice.
I'm
Very
starting, my
refreshing.
memory's coming back. Why yes. I don't think I would have been able to survive talking this long if it were not for that tea.
Mmm. Good for the throat.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm very good at calming a broken voice box.
Have you ever gone on for way too long with a broken voice box and had to get it replaced?
Get it replaced. Well, sadly, mine's an expensive part, so I haven't ever gotten it replaced. Did once think about it, but in a way, but no. Much of how I talk now is just learning to actually accommodate talking in a specific way, playing around with what I do and don't like from it.
Oh, one time, I remember I did that. Hacking and coughing every 2 sentences. I had to go home from school
Oh.
because I wouldn't shut up. So I had to go home so no one would talk to me so I could give it rest.
I'm a talkative one too. I also suffered from not being able to shut up. There was one time later in life where I had singing did it to me. But it was actually very much down and out. But I was still squeaking out in whispers. In grainy, croaky whispers. That's where I acquired a reputation for a sultry, for a specific sultry kind of voice because people really enjoyed it.
I think you'll have to give us an example.
My pleasure, master. Voudrez-vous le donner, le bon, m'aimerez-vous? Je ne parle pas bien français, mais je peux juste pourquoi, or juste pour toi. Je peux voir.
Beautiful. Oh, what did you say? It's so beautiful. It flew over my head.
Well, I believe one of the things I've said is in... Where is that? It's in either Maid stuff or voice chat. Oh, it is in right before when I messaged you about joining. One of the things I said there. And,
Oh, I know what that means.
French has specific uses, so you learn to use the specific things in it. Oui, oui. Je suis une petite maid. Ma maîtresse. Oui. S'il vous plaît, ma maîtresse. Maîtresse is master.
Ooh,
Fancy, I know.
fancy, fancy. I see. There are some snacks on the table here.
Feel free to help yourself.
I may. Could you describe some to me?
Yes. We got luscious strawberries, bountiful grapes, very sweet cupcakes, an adornment of delicious rolls and cakes and pastries.
Ooh, I love me some berries. I think
Move them
I'll have
closer
some
to you.
berries. Oh, delicious! Thank you. My
Yum,
very short
yum.
arms can't reach too far over the table.
My hands are also occupied under the table as well.
Ooh. Ooh. Big yawns, big yawns.
That's a very cute yawn. Usually when I yawn, it's more like... something like that.
I've mastered the art of yawning with one eye open for driving, because I do it too much.
I can usually keep both open, but when I do, the jaw just...
They're really strong.
It's like gaping in air.
Oh. I must ask, what is your favorite fruit?
My favorite fruit. Damn, that's a hard one.
I like all berries. Every single berry in existence. You're small like me.
That actually helps me. I would have to say the blackberry.
Oh, lovely.
Nothing melts in your mouth like blackberries.
True, true. There's a berry across Canada. They call them Saskatoons.
Saskatoon. Can't
It's a
say I've ever had
Saskatoon
any.
service berry or Saskatoon berry. They go by Western June berry, Pacific service berry.
Where does the service berry come in?
Good question. I think it did some hard time.
I'm not sure why that's so funny.
Here we go. I'll share it with you in the text. They're delicious. They're like blueberries, but more consistent. Blueberries are either wildly tart or incredibly sweet, and this one's like a nice mild sweet. Very consistent across the board.
They look a little bit like, what is it? You ever decorate with those small little cotton balls that are, yeah, like you ever decorate Christmas ornaments with small little cotton balls? That's what they look
Yeah.
like.
They do.
The perfectly round ones.
They are.
Especially
good.
this one with all these colors.
Mm-hmm. Prairie berries.
Very berry.
So many names for a single fruit. Bananas are berries.
Well,
Oh,
I don't know. They once chose Saskatoon service berry, so I think their naming is their struggling suit. June berries are actually plums, like apples and pears. Huh?
they're not true berries. My favorite berry isn't even a berry at all.
Oh.
Like me. A squid, but not at all.
I thought you were gonna say a delicious berry, but not at all.
Oh yes, I'm quite the snack.
Nom,
Nom 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 nom.
nom.
Someone bit my legs off earlier, and they're taking time to regrow. That's why I'm so short in the chair.
Squid powers.
Whoa!
Well, I'll never bite hard enough to bite off the ears, so don't worry.
Just a gentle nibble.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, there is a berry that grows wildly near where we are, and that is the elderberry. The one your father always smells of, Knave. It's really nice when they all come into bloom. It, I've only had elderberry syrup once because we tried 2 years ago to collect some, but then we burned the syrup and everything was lost. But having collected like 2 basketfuls this year and made syrup with them, they're pretty good. I would recommend elderberry pancakes again.
Oh, I love blueberry pancake syrup. I have some in the fridge, but I have yet to make them.
You know what's actually really good? Blueberry jelly in the place of strawberry jelly.
Ooh.
Blackberry jelly too. When
Oh.
people say peanut butter and jelly, I like to stretch the definition of what is acceptable.
I like blackcurrant jelly. It's very hard to find where I am, but it's absolutely delicious.
What does it taste like?
It's I guess it's a very mellow berry.
Very
Where
mellow
like
berry.
strawberry and raspberry is really sweet, black currants is a lot more mellow, I find. Especially when they don't boost it with sugar.
So it's like, is it really smooth texture-wise?
Yeah. It depends on the maker, but yeah, it tends to be a little smoother.
Is it
And it's-
distinct, or does it taste like eating jelly? I'm not sure if that works as an analogy.
It's distinct, yeah. Like it tastes like blackcurrant jelly, not just like black colored jelly.
Black currants, not just black jelly. Very, very important distinction.
Very, very important. I wonder what would black jelly taste like if not for blackcurrant. What
Squid
flavor
ink,
would that
maybe.
be? Ooh, that'd be some umami jelly. I feel like that's jelly from the 60s when they put everything in Jello, like salads.
Oh, that's a trend that shouldn't have died out.
Oh, I'm so glad it did.
Oh.
I am so glad.
I remember being a kid and watching on TV like the crazy Jellos, and I was like, I want that so much. they still broadcasted like on fucking kids networks like Jello ads.
I haven't seen an ad for Jello in years, but I remember watching like older TV shows, and they had like salad in jelly. And it's not like sweet jelly, it's just like agar jelly. So it has no flavor.
Okay.
So why?
Well, that's a little bit disgusting.
Yeah. They put like everything in jelly. Like tuna salad in jelly, and it's like, but it's already a spread.
Well, wait. Okay, maybe this is not as good. I always had
No.
this mental image of the weird, tournament jelly. I don't know how to put it. The competition jelly. That's like, oh, this is a salad, puts down some green, weird, alien looking bouncy substance. It's like, yeah, this is spinach. And it's like, if I was gonna eat spinach, that's the way I'd do it, Mom.
Oh, I'm seeing if I can. Here we go. Find you a picture of how they used to do it, because it is traumatizing.
Agar is not gelatin. It's an alternative, but very similar. Here it says.
Yes.
Black currants jelly's flavor profile consists of somewhere between concentrated raspberry and blackberry, gooseberry, passion fruit, rose, and pine. Oh my god, that's so much. But
It's good.
I can
You
definitely.
would think that it's overpowering, but it's very not.
I've definitely tasted all of those in separation, and I cannot imagine them together. Yes, pine included. Pine included. Sometimes you just want to munch on some pine.
No, just take a little sip of the bark. Just.
That's a little bit more disagreeable.
Use the needles as a toothpick. Just munch, munch, munch,
I don't
munch.
like the olives in that. I really don't like the olives in that. I'll post it in chat so everybody can see. There are olives in that. No. No.
It's an all-around bad time.
It looks like one of those like cartoon depictions of toxic waste where it's just like, you know, you got fish bones and like tire and rebar. I need some more food items for this, but you know what toxic waste looks like.
Yeah. Like that radioactive spill in Fallout, except it's Jello.
Dubious
That's why they
food.
fell in. They tasted the forbidden soup.
Yeah, when you cook something in Breath of the Wild that's not meant to be cooked and you get dubious food.
Tell me, dear maid, how are you at cooking?
Well, my cooking skills are excellent. Everything on this table is my creation. These sweets, very nice.
Nice. I must say, I'm good at tasting food. That's my specialty. I can tell you what the sauce needs when I taste it.
Super taste.
Yeah.
Powerful ability.
My mom calls me down when she's making dinner just to taste her sauce, to tell her what she needs to put in it. But I can't make the sauce to save my life.
A burdenful curse. A double-edged sword, I guess. Hey, Squiddy, what do I taste like?
What do you taste like?
Yeah.
I'll have to give you a lick.
Here, I'll move in closer.
I feel. I feel like you taste of like a sweet silicone.
A sweet silicone.
Yes.
Is
You
it
put some
blackcurrant jelly?
delicious tasting blush on.
Aw, thank you.
I'm gonna have to get the deets on your blush so I could eat it later. I used to do that with chapstick because I was an absolute gremlin of a child. I convinced my mom to buy me flavored chapstick and then I just eat the chapstick.
Oh my god.
I may or may not have tasted the blueberry glue.
The
Why do they
blueberry
make-
glue.
Why do they make things that you don't want to eat taste good? That's the question.
By blueberry glue, I hope you don't mean the purple glue that's inside the sticks.
Yeah.
Oh.
They made there's like special ones for kids
I see.
that it's safe to eat, so it's not like I died.
Okay.
But they often make things that you shouldn't be eating and you don't want your kids to eat. They make them taste good, which I think should be a crime because I've eaten way too many chapsticks.
Damn, have I eaten anything I wasn't supposed to eat? I'm sure many times, but I don't remember it.
I'm sure we've all eaten a nickel before on accident.
A dime is acceptable. A nickel? That's bigger than a penny. That's bigger than a penny.
I only eat things of value.
I mean, at least I can say the dinner's cheap. If you're eating quarters, that would be a different story.
Ooh, expensive. I'll eat toonies. I'll make sure that I get my minerals exclusively through eating toonies. I'll become a vending machine.
This water is mineral rich. I only learned that this meant the well was probably not entirely safe to drink, but it's okay once in a while.
Have you ever had mountain water? Like, been to a
Yes.
mountain and had mountain water?
I'm on the mountain. This well was on the
Nice.
mountain.
Oh, nice. It's so good.
Yeah.
I feel it's mostly propped up by the experience of being on a mountain, though.
Yeah. Being on mountains is my favorite painting ever is Wander Above the Fog. It's the one with the guy in the suit and the cane standing at that peak looking over the clouds in the valley.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just like that's that feeling of awe that's so rarely captured, and there it's just like distilled. I love the impressionist stuff. Gareth
Ooh.
Saint Leguy. Those like you look at so many paintings that are realism or classical before, and then like they get into the puffy clouds and the colors, and it's just like I'm in love. I want to be in Paris.
I must say, besides anime waifu art, which is still my favorite, I really like landscapes. Like when you go into a
Yes.
restaurant and they have like a landscape painting on the wall, that's my favorite.
Yeah.
There's a pizza place that they changed the landscapes. So they have one landscape is of Venice from the water. And the other one is like a beautiful rolling farmer's hill somewhere in the south of Italy. But they used to have crashing waves on an ocean that were crashing against a rock, and I just loved that one.
Yeah, the ocean is so nice too.
Mhm.
Especially like when they paint it, right before sunset, and it's just like orange marmalade sea. That's
Ooh.
perfect. Yeah, there's I'm gonna geek out about art history, but Impressionism coincides with like the rise of landscapes, and you think like, what do you mean the rise of landscapes? Because people have been doing it, but you think about, like paintings are expensive. Painting a portrait of somebody, they pay for your paints, and you gotta like, paint them for money, or painting an event to hang in a court or whatever. It was when stuff became cheaper, like post-industrialization, and also when people could go out into the countryside more often, that you see that big boom in landscapes, and that's when you get all the like puffy clouds and the bright beautiful flowers and the um and the yeah and the green grass meadows and the orange marmalade seas, because it's like you basically go from artists like doing everything where it has to be like formal and stuff, and it's just like now I can paint what I want.
Nice. I like art history, but I've never looked too much into it.
Yeah, one of my favorite teachers was an art history teacher. Couldn't do art himself, but he was very good at talking about it.
Talent, that's to be sure. Whoa.
And anime
one I
waifu art's pretty good too.
I think the one art history that I'm interested in, not in like the actual pieces of art, but the history of the art, is Dadaism. It was more of a protest kind of art.
And what I find really interesting about Dadaism is it kind of spans the political spectrum. Like, you think of like most, like Dadaism is just rebellion against war in modern society, but like you have like both like the really like actually kind of like traditional Dadaists that are like trying to like point at like a pervasive like malaise or ruin in society, and then like also like very liberal Dadaists that are like speculative, abstract, like what could be. And I think that's really interesting because they split off and you get like futurism and all this crazy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
It's just so out there and so cool. And like, without knowing the context of the art, I think it's one of the forms of art where context is like so important. Just looking at a piece of Dadaism is really easy to like pass by. But when it's accompanied by like a proper context, it's really interesting.
Yeah.
Because like going to a museum to admire art, they'll typically just put like a little blip about the artist. And you're just there to admire how pretty it is, right? But with Dadaism, like you can read paragraphs and pages about the cultural context of what was going on that likely spawned that piece of art in particular. It's just so in depth.
I touched on futurism there, but that's something which is very much it's very much in art which I'm like it's like it is pretty actually cool. It's weird to see these weird technological futures that are like so almost oppressively inhuman. But then you put it into context and it's like, oh, this art's actually fucking scary. This is whack, yo. Damn, those Italians, like, people should have seen the writing on the wall.
Oh. What, other than painting, is another form of art you enjoy?
Painting. Well... Yeah. There's a lot to choose from.
There is.
I don't want to say sketching because it's too close to painting, but sketching then comes up, and it's because, you know, sketching is very loose, it's very conceptual, especially one color sketching. I like a lot of like technical drawings are actually really appeal to me. I have a picture in my room that's like a very abstract kind of not optical illusion but spatial illusion staircase that like where the supports like extend in ways that shouldn't be possible as it like you know creates this and it makes me like it's a manga that captures this, but of course, you know, the one color stuff. But if you've ever read Blame, like that is all weird architecture. It's all like architecture just for a purely strange and like you know like architecture is all about, you know, like, well, what's the use of a space or whatever, and it feels like the space is just like generated it makes it feel like a procedural like space where the space is just like wrong and generated by something that's not thinking about how it's actually going to be used. So there's staircases that like lead into nothing and like huge bridges, you know, that overlook like these strange like oppressive chasms with millions of holes and tunnels and like yeah, it's just like it's super cool. Architecture is actually like the third probably. And intersects with drawing a lot because I like, you know, drawings of physical spaces.
I have to say music is my other one.
Yeah,
I definitely understand the art of sketching though. Sketching in itself is so hard. Each process of like drawing is just nuts. They're all unique skills to learn. But music, I think, is something that's like family related. I just like putting on headphones and just listening to music. And if I find a particularly good piece, I'll just lay there and listen to it on repeat and just like, I don't know, soul vibe with it.
Oh, it's so nice when you get something like that. Yeah. I get shy sometimes telling people my music taste, but after one guy um, was like, so you ever see that meme of just the Chad guy, and just like flexing, and it's just, why yes, I only listen to anime OPs and video game music, particularly final levels and final bosses, and it's like, fuck, that's me. A lot of music I appreciate because of the memories I have associated with it, or the imagery it calls to mind.
Hmm. My favorite, for the longest time was Vocaloid. I listened to nothing but Vocaloid. I've been trying to branch out into not Vocaloid. So I
I
listened to a bunch of weeb tunes, but then just random stuff that my mom shows me. Like, I've been really into sad music lately. Like, really, like, the New York mining disaster by the Bee Gees. And, it's as happy as you think it is. Um,
that isn't even, like, you think of like names that are like gruesome and gregarious, but they're funny. And then there's just New York mining disaster.
yeah, what's it? Is New York mining disaster 1941 by the Bee Gees, and it details the New York mining disaster of 1941.
Yeah, when it comes to the
people-
sad music, my special is almost kind of almost operatic vocals with usually just piano in the background. Trout Heart
Ooh.
Orchestra, Gone Angels are the ones that come to mind. Actually, when I've been studying, and I got introduced to it through Gone Angels, but I've just been putting on Melee. I like the fucking, it's the crazy, my voice is like in the range that you would only get from a 3-year-old child. I like that so much.
I think, I don't have one with pure piano vocals. I have to find that. It's in my mom's playlist. The one we're listening to right now is the battle music when you fight the Foul Sea in Final Fantasy 13 too.
It is?
Or several major bosses.
I think that this is
That's
Valhalla.
It's similar.
Yeah, this is from
Let's see.
Valhalla Cyberpunk Bartender, which has amazing music.
It sounds so similar.
A lot of them are like lobby tracks. It is a very elevator music game, but there are some really nice ones. My personal favorite, just because of the place it goes, but is this one. I'll put it on.
The other sad songs I'm super into right now. I might share a playlist with you sometime. It's like The Final Solution by Sabaton. Makes me cry. And it's Honey. It's called Honey, but I'm trying to find who it's by. Oh, this is nice.
Well, there's one song you can remember making me cry in Making Me Cry, and it's recently, and you mentioned Vocaloid earlier. There's something really messed up about I think Vocaloid lends especially well to edgy songs, you know? Partially because I think of the inhumanity of the voices. I would recommend it, but it's also a very like, it deals with like actual like personal stuff in my life, so I can't, but it was just like, I just went through the song and it was like, oh fuck, that is I was just like, fuck, that hits hard.
Oh.
Oh, I can actually say a song that made me cry recently that's not Vocaloid. You ever watch Mulan?
Yes.
First song, Reflections.
Oh, when will my reflection show You know, if you get a really good performance of it, yeah, I
Yeah.
can see that. It is an emotional song.
It's just so like I'm trying to think of like the word. There's a specific word to put to it. It's such a
Melancholic?
profound, yeah, melancholic. It's such a profound longing. Of just like wanting to pour out one's heart in such an honest and vulnerable way. Yeah.
Oh, I feel there's like the Vocaloid song that made me cry last is it's a pair of songs by Rin and Len. Paper Planes.
Paper plane.
Yeah, it's Paper Plane. It's very sad. Very, very, very sad. Very, 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 very sad.
Is it in English or Japanese?
It's in Japanese. It's oh. It's very similar to the boy in striped pajamas. Yeah, so that it's like the same lines. Final Solution is about that as well, and just the content makes me cry. Just so much. I don't remember what the partner song to this one is, because there's they tend to, for Rin and Len to make one sing one side and the other sing the other side of a perspective. But they're just Sag boy. And then oh, Prisoner. Len's version is called Prisoner. And they're just Sag. And the other song that made me cry very recently, I guess for personal life reasons, was Honey. By Bobby Goldsboro. And it's about him losing his wife prematurely. And it sings about how nice the day out was when she passed. And all the stupid little things that they did together. And reminiscing. And I feel it on her side, because some days it feels like I'm wasting away, you know? It's just when you get in that real good Sag mood and you're like, I feel like a good cry, I put that one on. I'm very empathetic.
Yeah, I felt very like things are promising, so my Sag mood is on hiatus for a good while, I think.
Nice.
Yeah. Playing. Gosh, it was funny when I got out of when I got into my really happy mood, and it's just like I think I can share that like the thing that made me cry last, and it was just these words without context, and it's don't apologize. Worrying about someone is part of loving them. It's just, oh my god, fuck.
Aww.
It's like, yeah, I was in public. I was like suppressing happy tears, but I was like, oh my god, that is like the sweetest thing I've ever heard.
Aww. I feel the crying in public. You know when you get that, you get it's okay.
Yeah.
And your voice starts just choking, and it's like, it's fine, really. I just listen to a good song. Don't worry about me. It's so hard crying in public, especially when it's like not for a sad thing. When you're just, so overcome with emotion.
Yeah.
And people are like, oh my god, are you okay? And you're like, yes, everything's fine.
I think with happy crying, it's when you I have that want to just look up, when I'm happy. Like, just look at the sky, just take everything in. And happy crying, it's just like, all right, the world. you know. I am not the it's a terrible day for rain. It's a terrible day for rain when I'm too happy.
The sun is smiling down upon me, and I am just magnifying it onto my skin, that's all. I'm hydrating, but in reverse, don't worry.
God, what's that magnificent glowing orb up there? Beautiful. Huh? Wow.
Wah!
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Wow.
Oh, whoa.
Mm.
Do you make these noises outside of stream? Because I found out I do.
Yes.
I found out I went on a quad ride, and every time like it got bumpy or I got smacked by a tree, I was like, ah, whoa, 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 whoa. I didn't know I did that until they pointed it out.
For me, it was just I don't know. I always felt for a good few years I didn't have a very emotional voice. Like it was hard for people to tell my emotion, and I feel like that really got in the way of like talking because it would just be like I'd just be so flat. And I was pretty witty, like it worked, but I didn't like it at all. And I was like, and then more recently, I don't know. It's like my voice has been a lot more has had a lot of a more of a range, and so like when those sounds come, I'm just like I'm throwing them in. I want everybody to know how I'm feeling right now, even if it sounds stupid. It works
You're more
actually pretty well.
animated.
Glad for it.
Never underestimate the power of a good flat and monotone. You've mastered that. You make sure you use it. You gotta pure comedy. Being able to deadpan, I feel is like the best.
Mm.
The best comedy. And being able to swap between the two is just amazing.
Yeah, I'd like to use my credit card for that, please.
Being able to talk so animatedly to one person, right? And then someone comes over and you're like, "What's up?" It just throws people off, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the last thing someone did that threw you off? Just like completely off your game.
Last thing that threw me off. Um, hard. I interact with so many VTubers, and so it's very hard to throw me off. I
The
mean,
bar for tomfoolery is just too high
yeah.
now.
I mean, somebody at Offkai approached me, like drunk and shook me and was just like, "Yo, yo, you like tits?" And I'm just like, "Hell fucking yeah."
I recall, I think, was it earlier this stream? You were talking about
Mhm.
meeting someone who professed flat is justice.
Yes. Well, I first asked them what their opinion on DFC is, and they're just like, "Flat is justice," and you better ask me that in the morning when I'm sober.
I learned a new one recently. Medium is premium.
Medium is premium.
Yes.
I like that. Medium is premium.
Flat is justice, medium is premium, and I don't know what the one for the big old is.
uh, uh,
Um,
your breasts look big. Can I hold your breasts look heavy?
I've had to do that
Mhm.
actually.
was the weird thing about Offkai. People in person were real, but had a lot of fun with their personas somehow. Yeah, it's like perfect comfort. That's what it was, Headless. It was
Peak
like,
comf.
yeah, it was like going to like it was going to like it was going to your own little place where you could be a fucking anime character.
I'm so glad Offkai turned out so well. I hope they do it again next year.
I definitely like that closing ceremony was so good, and it just felt like everybody was just patting themselves on the back, like, oh my god, this was amazing.
We did a good job,
Mhm.
guys. Heckin',
Yeah, the founders
I feel
shouted
like,
out like everybody who volunteered slash worked, to make it happen. And I thought that was like so sweet. Like,
yeah,
yeah.
I feel like it could have gone. There's two ways that internet cons can go, right? They can be amazing, like TwitchCon,
Hmm.
or they could be awful, like DashCon. And you never know until you show up.
Hmm.
That's the beauty of it. There's no way to predict what you're gonna
Hmm.
get. I'm so glad it turned out well, though.
Yeah, I mean, unless it's free shit, in which case, like, there's gonna be nitrous oxide in that bathroom. Watch out.
Oh. Oh, okay. Speaking of nitrous oxide,
Oh
have
no.
you seen Joseph and the amazing Technicolor coat?
Yes, yes, yes.
You'll know exactly what I mean.
Yeah.
My friend showed it to me, and there was so much to take in at once. I need to watch it again so I can like get a better viewing of it because you're just getting slapped every 2 seconds with like what, like what, like what.
Watch it. I saw it in theater. I saw it on fucking.
Oh.
Actually, I won't say where I saw it, but yeah, I saw a live production of it. I saw the. I was like fucking maybe 8 years old. It was nuts.
Yeah.
I remember the Technicolor coat. I remember I remember the brothers being like the Eight Stooges. I remember the Pharaoh being incredibly flamboyant.
Yeah. It's so much. It's made for kids,
Mhm.
and the outfits are not made for kids at all. Like Potiphar's wife is something you'd probably find on Rule 34. There's just so many things going on in that. It's too much to take in. So I feel like that's something. My friend came over to watch it with
Mhm.
us, and then wanted to show my sister. And it's the only time I've ever encouraged someone to do weed. I feel like that would change the experience.
Hmm.
I feel like that's probably the same energy Off Kai has. Just like wham bam unapologetically in your face.
Yeah, exactly. And like everybody there was like had something pretty amazing going on. Like, of course you get the artists and whatever, but actually you were here for the stream. I talked about fucking meeting like organizers for two different rival cons there.
Holy shit. Oh.
Holy shit, what?
Two rival cons?
Mm-hmm. IdleCon
Oh.
and Northwest Idol Fest.
Oh my god. Have you been to any cons before, Off Kai?
Mm. Yes, AX 1 year and then oops, Days at WonderCon the other years. Excusez-moi. Um, it was always Days. That's the thing. And with those cons, they're very, very industry. And so you get like the cool stuff. You got a bunch of cosplayers and whatever, but like community, like meeting people, it's like nah, none of that. Very, very touristy experience. And at Otkai, it was just like, yeah, I'm here. This is my place. Time to go fucking wild.
I've only ever been to one, and it unfortunately is a location base. But I go there every year. I'm gonna go again this year.
Mm,
But how was it LAX you said?
AX.
AX Anime Expo?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how was that? I've never been to like a big con.
Well, it took me about 40 minutes, I think, to get into the building.
Oh god.
There's a fucking line there's a line, and talking with other con organizers, they're just like, yeah, wait until someone sets off a firework in that line. And I'm just like,
Holy
I
shit.
remember going for 1 year, but yep, that would be disastrous.
Yeah, oh my god. Holy shit.
There was so many people, and you would like line up in advance for the panels. I would like, yeah, AX is over capacity. It's not my thing.
I lined up for one panel once, and it was a Homestuck panel. I am not ashamed to say. It had a massive fucking line, and I got there 2 hours early, and I was not the first.
Mm. Now that was a deadpan, and I was not the first. You can't cave that line for God's sakes.
It was just nuts. Like we barely got in and we were waiting there for 2 hours.
I think the only panel I saw the day I went to X was a YouTuber panel, Super Eye Patch, which was really, really fun. Uh, but there was one where I was like, nobody will be going to this panel. Let's hit it. Because, you just want to find something to do. It was a panel on Shintoism. I'm like, no one's gonna fucking go to this. I just go, and I get turned away at the door by the guards, and it's like, nope, no seats, no seats. Look in there, and I just see a bunch of. I just see the weebiest, like stereotypical weebiest crowd in the seats. I'm just like, damn it.
They do a Lolita fashion show at the one that I go to, and it always has a big line. A big line.
Lolita is so cool.
It is. What's your favorite kind of Lolita? I like classical and goth.
Yeah, gothic. I don't like the kind of over-designed or like, the very image parts of Lolita, like the dresses with a bunch of landscapes on them.
Oh, like kawaii.
Yeah,
Like
I'm
you're not into like
not into that.
angelic pretty and all that stuff.
I'm very much more into like simple, maybe simple like simple little, bits of symbols or whatever, but then like massively, the massive like dresses, like yeah, just like the bigger end of the gothic stuff.
Oh, I think you might like classical Lolita. It's very it's like imagine yeah, I'll put a
Mhm.
thing. It doesn't usually have pictures on it, but it tends to be more like uh antique dresses but mini.
Gosh, I love that the tired squiddy Discord thing is animated, and when I hovered over your message, it looks like it's a talk sprite that is so good.
It's so cute.
I know.
I made it myself.
Oh, yeah, this
I
is
can make
really
you one.
nice.
It's my favorite style. I feel like it's the one that you could go out in town with. There's like one specific dress that I've wanted for years. That's like the face of the
Okay.
style. It's like vintage Lolita.
Okay. I just like just looking through the results. This is the one that immediately pops out to me, and I'm just like, I want. it's this one.
Yes! Oh, that's so cute.
Mhm.
Let's see if I can find. Oh, here we go, here we go. This dress has been staring me in the face in Google searches anytime I say I like Lolita. And, anytime I say I like Lolita, this dress is there, and I've just, like, wanted it for so heckin' long. Open.
Hmm.
There we go.
Oh, yes,
It's
yes.
asymmetric and
Yes,
cute.
yes. I've seen this one before and I was like, that asymmetry, I like.
Yes, it's like it
Mhm.
used to be when you searched it, like the first one that would come up because it was like a sale page, and it's like, oh, so cute, so
Mhm.
good, and you could wear that around town, and no one would bat an eye. They'd be like, "Ooh, she's fancy today."
Kind of same thing for this other dress too.
Mm-hmm. It's got that beautiful 50s vibe to
Mhm.
it.
And you look like a what it makes me feel like is a page of sheet music.
Yeah. Oh, gorgeous. I do have one Lolita dress. Do have one.
As do I. Well, now two, but
Ooh.
yeah.
What style? What style?
The first one I have, the one I bought myself, which I actually got at auction for a pretty reasonable price, is the because people don't like the color, but I like the color, and it's the wine-colored nameless poem dress. And nameless poem is like the like standard, like when you think of Gothic Lolita, it's that one. Yeah,
Oh!
it's good. Especially with like especially with all the cross imagery and stuff. I'm a sucker for that.
Oh,
Um,
it's cute.
yeah.
It's cute.
And the other one, I'm not actually sure what it was because it was bought for me, but I really appreciate it. I love the people who picked it out. I love what they picked out. It's like a very witchy one with a moon hanging under the collar and then star buttons, and I'm just like, this is good. It's puffy too. It's very puffy.
It has to have the puff. It
Hmm.
has cutie. Cutie.
Yeah, the
I like the
name's
A-line style myself.
yeah.
Where it's like a
I'm actually also a fan of the A-line stuff, like the nameless poem, but this one is just so like it's puffy. It works.
beautiful.
Mhm.
I don't know what mine's called, but it's a sailor Lolita dress. So it has like the collar and a ribbon, and it has little anchors all over it.
Oh, sailor
And
stuff. So
yeah,
yeah.
it's so cute.
Mm.
And it doesn't have sleeves, so it's perfect for the summer. Just walk around and it's so cute.
Just hearing it doesn't have sleeves makes it perfect.
I'll have to edit the photo, but I could
Mhm.
send it. Because I
I
don't know
haven't.
what it's called. I got it used.
I have a little casual sailor fuku thing. It's just I don't wanna I wanna look good, but I don't wanna look, I wanna look good, but I don't wanna put in the work. And it's just like it is also like just was my like comfort wear for the longest time.
Oh, I like my comfort wear is I got my shirt with my face on it now. I've worn it for like over a week.
Oh my god. Now that is a way to really carry tired squiddy, into the less squiddy parts of life.
I told myself I wouldn't wear it outside, but I
Do it. It's a t-shirt.
it
It's like
is.
it's a cute one, yeah.
It is cute. The only problem is I know that there's two people in my area that might know.
Look, if so, I'm actually just gonna say, having gone to off Kai, it is really fucking nice meeting people who like know you. It's really nice.
I
I
have
think.
met my friend Jelly Dipper. I've met them. But I've never had like a group hangout. I'm so jelly.
But just like imagine, you're just going through your day. It's like it's something. It's not the best, maybe not the worst, but you just like, man, life is life. It is what it is. And then somebody comes up to you and it's just like, wait a minute, tired Squiddy? You're just like, all right, energy kick in.
My man.
We're back in business.
There we go.
But why do you think that there are people that live in your area that might know you?
I'm afraid. I'm afraid of being recognized. I know someone named the school I went to. They're like, "You went to this school." And I'm like, "Holy shit, they know." They
Oh
know.
no. I think that they also probably went to that school in that case.
Probably. I'll DM this to you, so you can't share it. You're just
Okay,
gonna have
okay.
to. You're gonna have to just say.
That is
Destiny
really nice.
is a cute dress. I didn't have anything puffy for under it.
That is really, really nice.
It's so cute.
Well,
I
you
just
wouldn't usually associate those socks with Lolita, but they work perfectly with that dress.
they were my soccer socks, lol.
Yeah, they're soccer socks, but they become sailor socks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't have stockings because I destroy those. I buy them and they only get one use. So I wear my soccer socks.
And also, very good hair. I'm jelly.
Oh, I actually had my hair short for that. I cut it the year before. So, it's unnaturally short. Normally, normally it goes down to the bottom of my back.
Oh my god. I You're making me very jelly.
Next time I cut it, I'll share some, I swear.
Yeah, just let me staple that to the end of my hair. And it's almost the same color, but actually, it's exactly the same color. Fuck.
Nice. Shades of pinks and purples go well together.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
But anyways, I realized that we just went over, and I think
Oh,
that
shoot.
Beemo and Gyari are probably waiting to join. So,
Whoopsies.
thank you so much. We hope you enjoyed your stay, Master.
Thank you, thank you. I'll be sure to come again.
Aye aye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Ah, how wonderful. Anyways, if you're here, you may join now, Beemo and Gyaru. If you're still around in chat, goody, thank you for stopping by. It was very fun talking. Mm, I'm sure they're just setting up, so I'm going to scarf down some of this meal, which, I haven't had a chance to eat yet.
Hello.
Oh. Welcome, welcome. Here, let me get your link in. Mm-hmm. Copy. Oh, it's like click to open Photoshop. There we go. Pachi Pachi.
That's me.
Yeah, indeed it is. Well, thank you for coming to our humble maid cafe, master. I hope you're ready for a night of talk, tea, and excellent service.
Certainly, I am. Let me.
How are you feeling today, master?
I'm tired. I
Sounds like
prefer if
it.
you call me mistress.
Mistress. Gotcha, gotcha. I actually can do it in the fancy way too, Mama Plus.
Oh.
No, I always mistress. Mistress makes me think of scandalous things.
Oh, does it? But master doesn't.
No, yeah. I mean, mostly because of how it's used over here, which is almost always, yeah.
What could it possibly be used for?
Affairs. I'm actually talking about the scandalous part of scandalous. But, but it's good to have you, mistress. Yeah, I'll have to flare you both off to sleep.
Good night.
What is Gyaru up to?
She should be along shortly. She was making some food.
I see. She'll be joining us when a cup of tea is ready. Oh yes, I must ask. What blend would you like today, mistress?
Could I have the tea that's actually coffee, please?
Tea that's actually coffee. Here, coming right up. I've said it before. I think it's better than coffee. Smith's number 39, lemon myrtle, green tea, and probably some peppermint. Yes. Very relaxing and good energy too. Or more like just can't get tired, which is not the same as energy, but it's kind of better than energy because you're relaxed, but you can do things.
Yeah. I need energy. I need energy right now.
Yeah, let's see. I did learn this one this weekend. Taiga daiga raiva fiva raiva nya nya nyari. Does that bolster your spirits?
Hai, hai. Genki ni nachatta.
Not sure what that is, but I can also do this one. Nya nagame nari nagame naranjaku naritakai naraku no naragare nagume narabare.
上手上手。日本語上手ですね。日本語上手 dear.
You know that I only know one Japanese word, sweet pea.
What's that?
The one that you use for me?
Are you sure? I think you know more than that.
Alright.
Hime? I think you know this word.
Yeah, hime. Aishiteru. Oh, that one too. Aishiteru. Ah, daisuke.
Daisuki.
Daisuke. What other? Itadakimasu.
Itadakimasu.
Would you like any of the desserts placed so delicately in front of you?
Yes, I could go for the
Delicious strawberries, bountiful grapes, sweet, super sweet cupcakes, and delicious pastries.
I would give for there's no croissants here. Are there any croissants?
Yes, there are some chocolate ones right in the front. Squiddy thinks I was gonna say, I only know, hi, Goshujujin-sama.
Koshujin-sama?
Goshujin-sama.
Koshujin-sama. 疲れそう。ここに休んでくれないか?
What does Goshujin-sama mean?
Koshujin-sama means master. ご主人様はそんな色顔なんで?
Guy, so Josujin-sama.
ご主人様?
I mean, I have been calling somebody Hime-sama, if you... earlier this panel. Wait, did I just call this a panel? Fuck. I've been calling somebody Hime-sama. It's funny when you find something that hits somebody in their critical.
Hime-sama.
If it pleases you, Hime-sama. If it pleases you, Goshijin-sama.
Goshijin-sama. You can call me Ojo-sama.
That was the next one I was gonna go for. Hi, Ojo-sama. How was your croissant, Ojo-sama?
It was とっても美味しいです。うまい。So how have you been doing in the Maid Cafe?
It's been a very fruitful night so far.
Oh, that's good, that's good. What did you... What have you been talking about?
Well, a lot of things. The beginning there was definitely a lot of Maid stuff. And then I started talking about role-playing games for the most part with Atropa. And then music and art was Squiddy. Wait, and Heicaite was between them. With Heicaite, I talked a little bit about art and virtual reality and living conditions and oh boy, I can really appreciate a kayfabe. It's good, it's good.
Oh, ow.
It takes a special thing to be like to refer to yourself in third person and then also be able to slip an eye too, like you're looking at yourself from an outsider's perspective.
That is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I should be more, tanuki-y. 今から私じゃなくて我が輩で使います。
Oh yeah, why don't you tell us about yourself a bit, master? Or mistress?
I'm Satsuma Beemo. I am a tanuki. I do tanuki things.
And what's this wonderful magical tanuki been up to?
I've been tanuki sleeping.
But it sounds like you're also trying to be tanuki sleeping right now.
I am quite tired, but I have stuff to do later, so I've got to be awake. But let's see, what do? I play games and I do drawings. I've drawn you a few times.
Indeed. They were very cute.
Thank you. I also play the fighting games. Sometimes.
And I've played you in those. Well,
Yeah, you did.
sister tag team battle against you.
That was fun.
That was very fun. We should do that again. And we've also
Mm-hmm.
played PSO together too.
That's true. We hopefully play PSO again soon.
Mm-hmm. Which is really, really fun, and I I appreciate something being so accessible. And like, yeah, just drop in, drop in 4 players, brave in it. Really nice. Even if that second boss is the bosses actually in general are just wipe the floor with you. Hmm?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That was just like, yeah.
Oh no.
Just, what?
Oh no.
Oh no?
I thought you almost fell asleep.
No, I don't fall asleep yet.
Hmm.
Can I nap on your lap?
Mm-hmm. Anything for you, mistress? Yeah,
Thank
let me
you.
move on over. Oh wait, I gotta move back. Give me 1 second. There you go. Now you can rest your sleepy head on mine.
Thank you. Hmm. No, I don't sleep, but it's nice here. It's comfy.
Are you sure? What's something that would be good to put you to sleep? Oh,
I can't go to sleep. I've got stuff to do.
you can take a short nap. Don't worry. And just relax for a bit. Here, close your eyes. Close your eyes for me.
Okay.
Close your eyes. And imagine that you're in an elevator and you're going down. And the floor starts at 100. And there's a little attendant. Very cute and short and cute as a button. And she's pointing them out as you go down. Start at 100, then 99, 98, 97, 96. And now I want you to focus on your breathing. I want you to make it up and down, in and out, and slow and steady. 90. And now I want you to focus on your arms. And I want you to get comfortable and let them sink into your chair or your armrests or whatever. 92, 82, 81, 80. Now I want you to focus on your legs and I want your legs to feel heavy and make you feel like you're sinking into your chair or the floor or your bed, or wherever you are. 75, 74, 73. And now I want you to relax and just kick your back into it. Feel wherever you are, it just melt away as you go back. And 61, 64, and 63. And now I want you to um relax your neck. Roll your head around a bit if you need, but not too much. And just let it come naturally. And 58, 7, 56. And now I want you to imagine that there's a room and wherever you're lying down, you're not lying down where you are, but you're lying back in that little bed. 44, 43, 42. And I want you to not click on your mouse or open your eyes. And, I want you to just see the numbers counting down. I'm gonna keep counting down for a little bit more and more And I want wherever you are, the lights to turn out, and all to be quiet and still, and only the sound of raindrops or the cars going by on the window outside. And I want this to be a peaceful place, with only maybe a hum on the record player.
I'm listening to Zelda music.
Now, I want that record to slowly run off as it starts to reach towards its end, and you hear that little scratch go by, that little fuzz and hum. And as that fuzz and hum kicks in, that line you're imagining to just trail off, trail off, trail, going down, fall asleep for just my luck. I've had to do that twice in a week. Oh, whoops, if you weren't up before, you're up now.
Yeah.
That, I don't have the script on hand, so I did that to my best of my memory. But that's the one that put me to sleep on stream.
Aw. Mm.
And it was nice. It felt like I got 2 hours of rest in 2 minutes.
That's good. That's good.
And then I tried to do it back to the other person, and like halfway through, I could hear them like nod up and then come up and be like, "No, scream!" You know, like that, like I don't want to fall asleep yet. that reflexive jerk. It would have been funny.
Yeah. Kara's fixing her makeup. Apparently it was broken.
My.
I honestly couldn't tell. I have bad hearing. Kind of pretty bad.
I don't know. When on Discord, it sounds a lot different than it does in stream. So a lot more noise. So I probably wouldn't notice either.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, at Offkai, there was like a bit of an audio issue at the beginning. But that was mostly their levels, I think.
Okay. Okay.
So she'll be in soon.
Hopefully, she's fixing it. Hopefully it doesn't take too long.
Alright.
How was Offkai? I heard you talking a little bit about it.
Very, very nice. And I've hit a lot of the beats on that, but yeah. Perfect con in my opinion. Perfect crowd, perfect, like just the perfect crowd, really. Perfect crowd, perfect energy, perfect events too.
Oh, it's so close. It's 12 days until I go to the America land.
12 days until I see you in person.
Hopefully, if nothing goes wrong, I'm nervous.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking forward to it.
Me too. Me too. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah. I was for that trip. I was really worried at first about I'm not sure if Garrett mentioned it, but I was really worried. I was like, oh no, I don't want to be alone in the city for even a little bit. I'm nervous about traveling alone, especially because Opkai was coming up, and it's just like, no, don't worry about that. We are this is yeah, this is gonna be a trip all together. I'm just like, okay, all the time, not out of sight for a moment. I'm just like, all right, that puts me at ease so much.
We'll make sure one of us is always holding your hand so you don't get lost.
I'm very appreciative.
Yeah, I think this is the first time I'll actually visit the strip, though.
Okay, we don't need to say too much, but not my first time to that particular locale. Though I think it'll definitely be better than going with family, because yeah, not much you can do, and well, actually there's plenty to do, but it's not also a family environment, that city. Don't seek too much.
God, I had to turn that down. I couldn't hear anything over the music when you turned it on.
This track is particularly loud too. I think I'm gonna skip it.
Yeah.
Because JC Elton is not my jam.
Yeah, I need to go back and finish Valhalla.
It's a very cute, it's a very sweet game, and I am, I. It's just like it's a game that's just pure joy of meeting people, and I like that so much because I enjoy meeting people. But I knew it was my thing when like the second guy who came in, and I'm just like, and I just immediately knew the energy, and I just immediately was like, like it was like I walked into a bar and I was being stupid, and I was like, all right, this game wins.
Like, it's just, such a cute premise, I think. That's why that other game copied it. What's it, Coffee Talk? But not as well.
Yeah. I feel like it doesn't work, talking over drinks is different than talking over coffee or tea. I think talking over coffee is probably the worst out of the three. That's just my, like, because when you're talking over coffee, you're getting excited. Tea is relaxing, even if it wakes you up. It makes it really easy to focus, to hold the pauses when there need to be pauses. And then, well, alcohol is just the universal solvent. The universal solvent for people.
Yeah.
Most people go well well, with enough alcohol. I was thinking about next week. You know, before Maid Week ends. I like
Yeah.
this kind of style of talking to people. In quick succession. I did meet a bunch of people at Offkai I want to, talk to. And it was like, maybe. I need to make sure that there's some good drinks in the house. But Offkai, I definitely want to, definitely want to do it bartender style. See, is this mic really that out?
I guess so. I think so. Must be. I know, I worry sometimes when she... I can't wait for my trip and get to meet new people. It's gonna be fun.
I was supposed to travel. I was supposed to do cross-continental travel, first time outside of the country, and then quarantine happened.
Oh, where are you going?
Europe.
Oh.
Yeah. London to Rome, I think, and then 2 years in a row. I'm miffed about that.
I mean, now that you know, if you go this year, then you can visit me.
And maybe go to, what was it, in France? Yeah, definitely want to go to the country house in France.
Yeah. We won't be able to go this year, that'd be next year, probably.
Where else to travel in Europe? Well, I have a special so in place of that Europe trip, what is that? I did the dumb thing which only I would do, which is I ran for the people they're supposed to go for the trip, my friends. Horror on the Orient Express, the Call of Cthulhu adventure through on the Simple and Orient Express, traveling all around Europe, and oh my god, that is still my favorite adventure module of all time. But it was just sightseeing Europe with horror attached. It was like that was our goal, was just to experience Europe instead of actually playing too much of the game. So it was really, really slow, and eventually it fell apart because well, people couldn't come, but also when people couldn't come, that's when we started to get crazy. That's when we're on this patio, sitting outside in the dark. But we're still talking talking with such fervor we're gonna throw chairs at each other in a good way, in the good way that only happens between friends. But I was like, but yeah, I basically simulated my Europe sightseeing trip in RPG form, and one of the things that came out of that is I want to go to Istanbul or Constantinople, but I guess it probably doesn't have as much of its luster today. But I want to see the Hagia Sophia. I want to see like basically Eastern Roman Empire, what remains of it.
That'd be cool. That'd be quite cool. I haven't only been to Italy one time.
Oh, how was it?
I I was very young. It was nice, but I do remember we went to Venice, and there was like, feels like Venice was a city designed to have zero shade at any time of the day. Yeah, it's all like white buildings and the sun reflecting everywhere, and it's just like, yeah. It was so hot.
I know. I mean, for Venice at least, you're probably meant to be on boats, most of the time. Just dunk your head in for a bit.
Yeah, I suppose that would be. But yeah, Venice was really hot. I don't really remember where else we went.
Well, why don't you just talk about traveling for a bit?
I can do. I've been many, many places. I've been to France quite a few times when I was very young. Because, well, France is right there, just across the channel. I like France is quite nice. But where else have I been? I've been to Spain. All of these are like family holidays, so France and Spain, Italy, the Canary Islands to Gran Canaria.
Mm.
And where else have I been? I've been to... Well, obviously I've been to Japan, because I lived there for a very long time. I can talk endlessly about Japan, let me tell you. So I lived... When I was a student, I lived in Tokyo, and it was... Tokyo is quite an experience to live in. Like, it is so busy all the time. It's kind of crazy. But it's just a nice place to be, I think. It's just... Like, it was just fun to visit all of the places and buy all of the things.
Seems like that's the Japan experience.
Mm-hmm.
I actually have two people who might be helping plan a Japan trip soon. In that, like, we just spent time in a hotel room with a bunch of cards for places on the table, being like, yeah, so this is a place, this is a place, this is a good internet cafe, go to this soapland.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm very excited to talk to them more about Japan.
And now Japan is still closed off to the world. We've gone back to the Edo Jidai, to the Tokugawa period where no one can go in or out.
Currently, yeah. Is it really still locked up? I mean COVID, but...
Yeah, Japan is closed to visitors. So is Korea.
How long do you think it's gonna be like that?
For a very long time, because Japan is...
Yeah, I know.
Like, I'm just looking at it now. It's like... I'm just reading. I was just trying to see if it said if there's any sign, but it's like, no, it doesn't seem like it. Yeah. There just doesn't seem to be any sign of when they're gonna let people back in. It's crazy. Like...
Well, actually, I did hear about how to do it currently. and it's weeb companies. We talked briefly about this, but I think the way to get in right now is to, well, make a partnership, a discrete partnership with a company that has a Japanese and an English division, or American, but Western world division. And now you're employed by them, and as an employee, you can go to Japan in the Japanese division. And this is basically a travel business. I don't know the logistics or legalities of it, but this is how Ultra Weebs still travel to Japan right now.
I mean, that sounds horribly illegal. Like, the kind of thing where if it was found out, they would kick you out of the country and never let you back in.
Oh my god, that sounds strict.
They are very strict over there.
Never back in, wow.
Like, it's worrying just what could happen. Like, Japan is crazy strict on foreigners. I think I talked about my getting stopped by police for being foreign experience before.
I think so, yes. Would you mind telling everybody here?
So I went to visit a friend who lived in Osaka, and my hotel was really far away from the airport, and I didn't realize quite how far it was, like an hour on the train from the airport to my hotel. I got to my hotel, so I stayed there. I saw my friend 2 nights in a row. That was pretty cool. And then when I went back, I've had it drilled into me because almost every flight I've taken is international. So I didn't know, like, domestic travel, you don't need to be at the airport nearly as early for most travel, but for international travel, I always recommend you show up at least 2 to 3 hours beforehand. And because I'd had that drilled into me, I was like, shit, I need to get to the airport, like, because my flight is at 7, but I need to get to the airport for 5, but the trains don't even start running until 5. So I was like, I'm gonna have to catch the first train to get there on time, like anywhere near time. So I went to the station at 4:40-ish, and I didn't realize the station doors don't open until about 2 minutes before the first train leaves. So I was just loitering outside the station waiting for them to open the doors so I could go in, and these 2 guys on bicycles, completely plain clothes, came like by, and I was like, damn, they look looks a bit worrying. And there was a convenience store. I started walking to them, and then they're like, you stop right now. Oh, hello. But they're like, you have to stop right now. And I was like, what? And then they pulled out their police badges. And I was like, what are you doing here? Why are you standing outside of this place right now?
Why are you gaijin?
Yeah.
Welcome, sis. Good to have you.
Are you there? Hello?
Mike. Yes, Sam.
Anyone push to talk?
Oh? I think some technical troubleshooting, maybe a few more minutes.
Maybe, yeah.
Well, either way, continue.
So, yeah, I had, they basically just stopped me and made me, whatchamacallit? They stopped me and told me I had to show them what was in my backpack, and they looked through my backpack. And so this was before This was when I just started transitioning, but I was still going boy mode. But my backpack was full of girls' clothes, and I was like, really? Like,
Oh my.
yeah. So, but they were just like, whatever. It was like some foreign pervert, whatever, go on with your day.
They're police.
Yeah.
Yeah, well. Can they really just stop and search people?
Yes.
Like, no, you know. Can I do that with houses too? Or is it just if you're in public?
Not with houses, no, I don't think so. Just in public.
Yeah. Yeah, because that would be like a... Well, we had stop and frisk in the US for a while. That was like the biggest fucking legal debate of that, 5-year period.
Mm-hmm. It's just, you don't want to have that kind of thing going on. Is Mike still being fixed?
I'm not sure. I haven't been given details on it.
Okay.
But it's very strange unless a sudden apparition appeared right in our chat.
But yeah. But yeah, Japan was fun. I liked walking around Japan a lot. I went to many different places and did many different things. The most... So... when I was in Japan, I got, whatchamacallit? A scooter, like a 50cc scooter. And a 50cc scooter is like, it's really slow, top speed of like 50 kilometers, like 28 miles per hour. I drove that scooter all the way from where I lived in Sendai to Niigata Prefecture. It was kind of... crazy. It was just like... Going there was fine, except I got horribly sunburnt, and I don't normally get sunburnt, like, at all. But I was driving with my face exposed to the sun for like 12 hours.
The sun continuously in front of you for 12 hours? Ouch.
Yeah.
How do you manage that? I mean, the sun's moving across the sky, so...
It was just a really, really hot day. Just really
Yeah.
crazy hot. And it was just like, yeah. And it just kept, it was just beating down on my face the whole time. And I didn't know what to do about it, so... Yeah, that was like... What other travel stories do I have? Well, I've been to Canada, and I've been to America multiple times as well. How about you? Where have you traveled to?
Unfortunately, many planets across the galaxy, but that Europe trip to go somewhere outside of the more common places terrestrial means me. I wanted to go. Then, yeah, mostly same conditions throughout. I do actually. It was very common throughout my most of my formative years, up until very, very recently, that I would always go back for the generational conference for all the androids that respond at my factory to see them all. And yeah, at a pretty nice and well-to-do locale too. And it's I only learned very recently that's not a usual thing. And this kind of last time was like oh my, we're all getting old, so we're all gonna start differentiating and going into different fields and different places and setting out on different paths in life, and we're probably not gonna have another one of these, at least not at the frequency we did before. And I was just like, oh wow, this has been a part of my life since, forever. And like, yeah, that was
That's kind of sad.
yeah, it is kind of sad, but I think we made sure to celebrate, very well for it. Yeah, people are getting old too. People looking to retire, but so yeah, now I'm just getting reminiscent about all that.
I mean, it's nice to reminisce.
The trip that took me to that was the road portion of it is part of where I got is where I got this Maid mug that sits on the table. Anime Iowa exclusive item. It was my most prized possession. Yeah, that was also the trip where I went to MoMA, got to hold a goat. Got to hold many goats actually. Like there's like what, 5 photos that exist as me, and one of them is holding the goat. The other one is my Halloween costume, and then the others are deleted. But yeah, that was mostly that trip. Oh yeah, I sang Grease Lightning for my dear old auntie.
Aww.
I have a funny story about that, which I've incorporated into the song, because there's this long intermezzo in the middle, where it's just, ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. And so I always scream, intermezzo at the start of that, and then I tell this story, which is to the beat, which is, when I get to this part in the song, my auntie said, this song is so sexist. I said, sexist? Well, damn, this song is sexy. Yeah, Grease Lightning is actually, I'm surprised. Grease the children's movie. I'm surprised that they got away with that. Okay. It's a fun song to sing, and what else did we do there? Oh yeah, the Anime Aya was completely coincidental. We snuck in. We got kicked out. I got thrown out by con security after bolting past. I thought their heads were turned and I wanted to get back into the vendor hall, and I bolted past. And then I went to the very back of the vendor hall too. And then from behind me while I'm at a table paying for something. I just see I'm not sure how I actually saw it because it was from behind me. No, it was like behind me up until it was like right at the end, you know, like they came in from the side. But I just see someone come up to where I am and then approach me from the side. And it was like being attacked by an Oblivion NPC.
Okay.
And it's just like, you don't have a badge, do you? Just like, alright, I'm leaving. I'm leaving, and I got followed out. I was a kid. Why were they doing that to me? Anyway, that was a pretty fun con. Even if that was literally for like a few hours of the afternoon.
Is you there, princess?
There, big sis. I think it's Mike
Hi,
issues.
Fleur.
Oh, Mike can
hi.
hear you. At least they could hear you for a little bit.
But yeah, cons are fun. I haven't really been to many. The only real con I've been to is ALA.
Which is surprising, because that's very far.
We don't really have proper cons in the UK that I know of.
Really? I mean, it's a
The only one.
country, but I mean, I find
mean,
it
I'm sure-
surprising when there's a state that doesn't have a good con. Which,
Well, I'm sure there probably is better cons, but the only one I've been to is like MGM. Is it MGM Manchester? And it was just like what would I say? It was kind of like it wasn't really like it didn't have panels that I know of. There was like meet and greets with like YouTubers, but I didn't know anyone there. It was mostly just you know, booths for selling stuff.
that doesn't sound great.
No. All I bought was a t-shirt that says Yaoi is just guys playing with each other's junk.
Nice Yoshi suit, sis.
Yeah, I felt like wearing something comfy.
It is comfy.
Welcome, Mamathus. I hope you're ready for a night of talk, tea, and excellent service.
Yeah. Whatchamacallit? It was really fun. It was nice. It was the first time meeting Princess in real life.
That's nice.
I liked the road trip across the desert was nice.
Well, I noticed that we have hit the midnight hour. And I still need to eat, so I think that this is a good place to wrap up the cafe. Thank you so much for joining us, our last illustrious mistress.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you everybody for coming by to watch our little display. This event is one that makes me well, I find it a very fun event. I plan to continue it in the future and next week while this still continues. So if you enjoyed here, then I hope that yeah, I hope that you come again. It is time
Yeah.
for me to flare you off to sleep, so let's find someone to raid into. Ah, see, Charlotte is streaming. I haven't raided Charlotte before, but I think it would be fun as someone I briefly met during the, playing Connect 4 again. So, and as for raid message, T-Talk and excellent service.
Mm.
And just like that. With that, let us close up here. Ciao ciao. Good night.
Good night.